This meeting of the Stafford County Board of Supervisors is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Bumpke,
Here.
Mr. Cavalier,
Present.
Mrs. Maurer,
Here.
Mr. Milday,
Here.
Ms. Sellers,
Here.
Mr. Snellings,
Here.
and Mr. Thomas.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here and those who are joining us at home. My name is Paul Milday. I represent the Aquia District on this board, and of course, I've been selected by my esteemed colleagues to chair this year, and I'm honored to do that. We will have presentations by the public next, and anyone who wishes to address the board, this will be your opportunity to do so. You'll have two chances throughout the first and second meeting. One is at this public comment section, and the other is during a specific item on the agenda. There are none of those public hearings in the 3 o'clock session. You have 3 minutes to talk. When you get before the podium, please say your name and address. You'll have a green light. When you see the yellow light come on, you'll have a minute left, so start thinking about wrapping up your comments. And when it turns red, you should be finished with your presentation. And just remember to stay respectful and address the board. And with that, I have only one speaker card, and that's for Amy Hall.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Hall. Live at 11 Easter Drive in the Rock Hill District. I'd like to comment on 2 items of unfinished business during this afternoon's session and then make a general comment. Regarding the sign ordinance, I'd like to thank you for including vinyl signs as an appropriate material for temporary signs. I think that's a wonderful addition. And then I'd also like to ask about the language regarding signs that don't require a permit in Section 28-124, paragraphs 3B and 5. I find them confusing. It appears to allow 2 permanent minor signs per parcel without permit. I read in the staff report that this was to help with real estate signs, but this seems to give wide latitude to others who might want to add permanent signs to their lots. Lastly, I'd like to ask how these regulations affect homeowners associations. I know that in my HOA, we are limited to 2 temporary signs for limited periods of time. Our guidelines are more restrictive than these. Will we have to change our HOA guidelines, or can you add language that allows HOAs to have more restrictive guidelines? Then regarding the Patriots Crossing development, in many of the applications I've read recently, there seems to be a pattern of developers putting conditions on their proffers. In this application, the conditions attached to the interparcel connector to Wolverine Way have the potential to completely change the nature of traffic in and out of the development. The application is dated December of 2015. Why hasn't the developer gotten the easement from the school system in the last year that this has been considered? The possibility that this development will have a right-in, right-out access is crazy. The number of U-turns at Wolverine Way and Parkway Boulevard would add delay and danger to these already dangerous intersections. And finally, my general comment about building a new high school. I've done a lot of research in preparation for the Colonial Forage redistricting meeting on Thursday night. And here's my bottom line. We currently have 10,430 seats available in our Stafford high schools. As of September 30th, 2016, in the school census for this year, we have 9,325 students enrolled in our high schools. That means that 89.4% of our high school seats are filled. With enrollments since the census was done in September, we've almost certainly topped 90% of our seats filled. Section 5.251, number 3 of the 2016 Comprehensive Plan that you approved sets the policy that schools should not exceed 90% design capacity. So clearly, we must begin immediately working on building a new high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. All right, that's it for the speaker cards. Do we have anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kim McClellan. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Fredericksburg Area Association of Realtors, and I'm here today on behalf of our 1,500 Realtor members. First off, I want to thank Supervisor Milday and Supervisor Sellers and the staff for their hard work on the sign ordinance that's on your docket today. Signs are a very important part of the real estate business, and we thank the county for working with us to craft a definition of a minor sign that will spare our agents from having to secure a permit for each for sale sign they put in the ground. The addition of the minor sign category that allows for signs up to 6 square feet without a permit works very well for our industry. On behalf of FAR and our agents, I stand in support of the sign ordinance with its proposed changes. Thank you for your time.
Do I have anyone else in the chambers who would like to address the board?
Good afternoon. I'm Elaine Calendar of 622 Lancaster Street in the Falmouth District. I go a long ways back in terms of beautifying our community. I was working on that in the late 80s and into the 90s. Probably stood here talking about real estate signs cluttering our roadways. So I appreciate the work you've been doing trying to remedy some of those problems. I am concerned, however, that the sign ordinance you're considering today may not be ready to vote on. It's extremely complex. I'm not sure we know all its ramifications. So I'm asking you, is it really ready for approval? I'm particularly concerned about how nonprofit organizations, churches, and political organizations are impacted, as the results I was looking at this morning don't seem to mention that. It seems you took a Supreme Court ruling about content of signs to give you the go-ahead to rewrite the entire sign ordinance. It was a top-down process from the Board of Supervisors down to the Planning Commission, rather than vice versa, which is the way I would have expected it to be done. I also think the procedure should have been handled more like a comp plan revision, in that there would be plenty of opportunity for citizen input and information sessions. Apparently, the business community was included, but who else is impacted by this ordinance? I glanced through the latest proposal in my spare time this morning, and my head is spinning with questions. I realize I haven't been here for every session when you've discussed the ordinance, but I think there are probably questions in others' minds as well. One thing I've realized is that enforcing the ordinance will require the hiring of additional staff. Are you prepared to pay people to try to keep up with when a sign is posted, whether it should be permitted, whether it is of the correct size and materials, and when it must come down? Are you willing to take people to court over violations, or is this going to be more a voluntary compliance operation? A good sign ordinance can enhance the appearance of our community. Is this one going to accomplish that and be fair to the businesses and organizations trying to convey messages? I think Stafford can find a balance. I'm just wondering if you're at that point yet. Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. Calendar. Would anyone else in the board chambers like to address the board? All right. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Spittle. I'm from the Garrisonville District. I apologize for being somewhat unprepared, but a little bit alarmed by the Patriots Crossing development that's being planned. In just conjunction with what Mrs. Hall brought up about the schools being overcrowded and the plan for the Patriots Crossing project, I do think that the conflicts that we're having with Wolverine Way and some of the planned, I guess, uses for the project, it can be used better. And I think that there's no plan for those businesses. And with North Stafford being an I guess, updated school and the overcrowding at the schools, I just propose that you guys look at a different way to utilize that space and maybe updating North Stafford and maybe planning for growth in that school. So, something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Oh, I do have one more. Please, come on up.
Hi, my name is Melissa Vidami. I am a North Stafford High School parent. I am also concerned about the Patriot Landing. I just learned about it yesterday, so I also am unprepared. This is my first Board of Supervisors meeting, but I am very concerned at the way our county is headed from several things, from the goat rope of redistricting a couple years ago, and that is evident in the fact that 2 years later we have to do it again. I mean, no one saw that there were buildings going up and more housing. I mean, it was just poorly done, poorly executed. To the reallocation of the school funds that were the surplus, I was very upset about that and how that was handled. It was stated in an article, and I'm pretty sure it was you, Ms. Sellers, that had mentioned it was punishment to the school board for not handling it correctly in the right way. And I have a problem with the fact that you guys are punishing the kids in actuality. I may be wrong on if it was you in the statement. I just know you were in the article, so I could be wrong. But it was definitely an article where somebody said they were punishing the school board, and all it did was punish the kids. Right down to now, with a stroke of a pen, we've changed the proffers for the Patriot Landing or Way or whatever it is from a recreation facility, a quality of life facility for our county, our kids, our members, to another office park, car wash, restaurant, whether it's sit-down or drive-through, and a storage facility located right between two high schools. I could be wrong, but these don't seem like the best businesses for that area. I drive that area with my kids. I have young drivers driving that area. We don't have the infrastructure for that. And I would implore you to really think about changing the proffers to, or the amendment, whatever they're doing today, to allow this to go ahead when, first and foremost, we don't have the infrastructure for it. And it would cost homeowners, the value of their home will change with those businesses going in right behind them. And it's just not a good area for it. And I don't even want to talk about the thousands of other ways it could be used to actually benefit the neighborhood. Another office park, another sit-down restaurant, drive-through, car wash is not what we need in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Going once? Okay, I'll bring it back. Next, we move on to remarks from the board members.
Mr. Snellings.
I defer.
Mr. Thomas.
Attended another PRTC Executive Council meeting where we spent a day interviewing more candidates. We, I think, have at least interviewed the first round of candidates, so now we're kind of trying to decide where a recommendation might go to PRTC, and as soon as I have something to report, I will bring it back to the board.
Ms. Baumke.
Yes, I attended the prayer breakfast down in Richmond with delegates and senators with Supervisor Thomas and Milday, and of course that was very inspirational, as it always is. At GWRC last night, we reviewed and discussed all the regional partnerships because we're trying to figure out where we need to go as a region. Are some of our partnerships working well? Are there some that don't exist that we need to look into? And after a lot of discussion, we decided we were going to focus our efforts on broadband and also on drug courts as it relates to the heroin and opiate epidemic to see if we can't move forward in that area. So I'll bring more information back as we have it. Last night at FAMPO, Chairman Milday and Supervisor Sellers were both there. And as the Freelance Star indicated today, we were very disappointed in the fact that the northbound river crossing project was not funded. In fact, not only was it not funded, it had a very low score. And we were all just stunned over that because, as we all know, and we travel I-95 every day, It's the main thoroughfare between Maine and Florida, and they were saying that we didn't get enough economic development points on it. So anyway, without going into a lot of detail, there's a 60-day period where we can go back and work with our Commonwealth Transportation Board representative on some of the concerns that we have. We did get funded for the VRE Leland Station and Brook platforms and extensions there, so that's very exciting. And also, FAMPO kind of gave us an update on our ridership with VRE. We're up to 3,300 people when they looked at it on a given day. That's up 6% now that Spotsylvania has their new VRE station. The Brook numbers stayed about the same, and the numbers over at Leland Station dropped about 100. So that was exciting. One comment on the environmental study that was done with the DC to Richmond Rail. That is in a 60-day period right now. If you would like to comment on it, I should probably tell you that it is a $5.3 billion project. They have no funding right now, but they are in the environmental study period. If you would like to make a comment, you could go to their website, and the comments are all submitted via online. On two other really important things, I visited the memorial at the Fire and Rescue Building that Braden Clayberg completed as his Eagle Scout project. And as Mrs. Maurer said at the last meeting, it's very, very, very impressive. If you are interested in seeing that, just walk in the main public safety building, and it's a memorial remembering and honoring two of our firemen, John Garnett Sullivan and Israel Izzy Rodriguez, that lost their life in the line of duty. And lastly, Supervisor Milday and Sellers, we were all able to attend the Smart House project that was given to Corporal Garrett Jones and his family last week. It was through the Gary Sinise Foundation, and it was in the newspaper last week. If you get the newspaper, you may have seen that he lost his leg in the war. And anyway, it was probably the most humbling thing I've ever attended since I've been a public servant. And if you haven't had a chance to read about the Gary Sinise Foundation and their contributions throughout the United States, I welcome you to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Cavalier?
Hello, yes. From the Joint Schools Working Committee last night, Ms. Maurer was in attendance along with me, and of course Doug was there, and we had several items on the agenda. A few to note are the ones that we stress cooperation with, in that we're going to try to endeavor to do a joint CIP here in the future. Hopefully the beginnings of which will start this year, as well as some other shared services that I think the school board is now seeing that it will actually benefit them through efficiencies and in terms of personnel and costs. So I think they are finally ready to move forward on those projects that we've talked about for many months now. We also provided an update on the contracts officer position. The status of that is that we only had 2 candidates to interview, and neither one of them we were able to select. So we are now re-advertising that position, and we'll hopefully be getting another list of applicants so that we can go through another round of interviews for this shared service position that will be have cognizance over both school contracts as well as county contracts. So it will be really the first true shared service that we have. Thank you.
Mrs. Maurer?
Yes, there was a number of items that were on the agenda. First and foremost, I want to thank my fellow board members for electing me as chairman of the Finance and Budget Committee. We will be focusing on, in the next couple of months, looking at the CIP, doing the budget, and so that is going to be a heavy lift. A couple of items that you will see in the monthly report, where we're going to be racking and stacking the end-of-year funds and projects that will be under consideration for the end-of-year funds. Additionally, I'm very pleased, Jack didn't fully express how much we made progress in the Joint Schools Working Committee yesterday with their cooperation and working together towards a joint CIP, towards the shared services. This is very exciting. I'm looking forward to our new county administrator coming on board and working with Dr. Benson in order to move this forward. Additionally, I attended the Tech Park meeting, also known as QUIC. And I want to congratulate Vernon Green on being elected chairman of that organization, and also congratulate my fellow board member Laura Sellers on being arm twisted into being treasurer. And so it was a very productive meeting. They have opened their facility and have already recruited 3 companies to rent space in that facility. So we're doing well and expect a kickoff, I believe, in the early March timeframe for the Innovation Center. And then finally, the Legislative Committee meeting, we have been, I serve on the Legislative Committee meeting with Ms. Sellers, and we've been meeting on a weekly basis to discuss our legislative priorities as they're tracking through the legislative process, and so far, nothing has dropped off. We're still tracking on those legislative priorities, so we're looking forward to success and really appreciate Eckert Siemens and their hard work. Really am enjoying their new process that they've brought to the Legislative Committee process. Thank you.
Ms. Sellers.
Thank you, ma'am. So Public Safety met today, chairman of that again this year, and crime rates are down even though population is up, so that was really good news to hear from the sheriff today. We did have a couple of homicides there at the end of the year and the beginning of the year with the very tragic one there at the Buckley home that he did report on. Like Ms. Baumke said, we are taking on the drug court and figuring out this opioid epidemic. If there's one thing I've learned in 3 years on the board is you can't really wait for the federal government and the state government to come get us out of this mess. So we're going to take the initiative and do it with the sheriff, someone from Fire and Rescue, Ms. Kraus from Human Services has expressed interest. So I think we're going to get that going and hopefully have some really good ideas come out of that. The Legislative Committee, we do have some things. The Lake Mooney bill, Mr. Snellings, we did work with the folks there in Richmond, and they asked us to put a cap on the amount of interest, and what we're doing there is because we opened the lake, we've now created this issue where all these folks who've been there for a long time now have lakefront property and didn't expect the taxes. So as long as they hold it and it's their primary residence and not an investment property, they can go into similar to a land use. And so we were asked to put a cap on what insurance when they do go to sell it. And we set that at not to exceed 5%. It seems to be tracking well in the General Assembly. Unlike in the previous year's CSA, we do have 2 budget amendments for that, and it actually looks like we're going to be successful, hopefully, this year after several years. So that's good news, the first time we've been successful. And CSA is the Children's Services Act. It's the folks that are our hardest to reach students. And what Stafford County is asking Richmond to do is to allow us to provide the services here in the county and serve them here at home and not have to send them to Richmond and to other localities. We believe it's better for the student, we believe it's better for their development and for the system as a whole. And so we've been advocating for that for some years, and this year we actually are getting traction. Also met with Thurman Brisbane, and then last night at GWRC brought up the continuum of care. Thurman Brisbane is our homeless shelter here in the region. And we are going to start looking at the continuum of care strategic plan. Currently, we do not utilize the federal funding like we should, and so it's falling on localities. And so myself, along with Ms. Kraus and Ms. Cotter, they're from MICA, have been discussing ways to figure this out so that we're not having to keep bailing folks out when funding gets low. And so we are working on that. And finally, held a community meeting with the Park Ridge neighborhoods. Letters did go out. We had very good attendance, actually, specific to the Patriots Crossing. We talked to folks about the uses that were going to go in there and really address the property lines. We talked about the Wolverine Way issue, and the applicant, I hope, will get up here and speak on that a little bit. But overall, the residents who attended, who were not in favor of it before the meeting, had an opportunity to meet with the applicant, Mr. Hart, and discuss ways to find common ground. So hopefully they'll talk about that a little bit. Just want to remind folks two things. Thursday night, we'll have the redistricting meeting. I believe it's at Colonial Forge High School. Please attend. It does impact the district, my neighborhood included. And finally, Empower House is holding their Empty Bowl. If you haven't been to Empower House's Empty Bowl event, it is my favorite event to go to. The tickets are a little pricey, but you get this neat little ceramic bowl that they make, and you get to try a whole bunch of chili. It's actually a really great event, and I welcome everybody to please look it up and think about attending. Thanks.
And Mr. Milday.
I think you've heard what I attended, so I'll move right on to the report of the county attorney.
Defer any comments, Mr. Chairman?
All
Thank you.
right, I suspected that. So I'll look for the report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I wanted to bring up that was mentioned at the FAMPO meeting is that there was a special FAMPO task force for the smart scale input that was established, and Mr. Mildy has appointed Mike Smith, our deputy county administrator, as well as Laura Sellers, to be on that committee as we kind of have more input into the smart scale rating at the FAMPO procedure. The monthly report is in the board packets for your review, and the next item we have is the the mid-year review, and we have staff here to provide that report. Thank you.
Have the computer, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Light. I am the budget director here at Stafford County to provide you a mid-year review of where we are at this point. Currently, general funds are exceeding our adopted budget. We're doing particularly well in economic development-derived revenues such as meals tax, transient occupancy tax, and sales tax. We're also very strong in personal property, recordation, and permit fees. Tech fees are scheduled to be suspended in June of 2017, and staff is currently working with FABA to continue those. And we're seeing that planning fees continue to decline. We're happy to report that with our expenditures, our health insurance is tracking as it appeared to be with our budget. The amount of money that we have held in reserve from prior health insurance will be able to go to OPEB, and that's in accordance with the board's policy. We're also on target to meet our goal of our 500,000 managed attrition. Since the adopted budget, we have added several new FTEs. The clerk of the court has added an FTE that is funded by the comp board, and fire and rescue has added 16 FTEs from the SAFER grant. We expect that our Children's Services Act, the CSA, is going to exceed budget. We'll ask the board today to appropriate state funding to help cover those costs. There's also going to be...
Question. On the second bullet here.
Yes.
Juvenile Detention Center. Is the Juvenile Detention Center done just like the jail and the other organizations where it's based on our enrollment? Enrollment's not the word, but our inmate population?
It is. It's based solely on our enrollment. We've had a tremendous increase in enrollment this year compared to prior years.
Okay.
And
In the Juvenile Detention Center?
yes, ma'am. And we do anticipate that true-up at the end of this year is going to be about $560,000. At the end of fiscal year 16, we had a positive true-up, So we had $300,000 approximately that we put in reserves just for a scenario like this. Fire and rescue continues to experience extra overtime. We believe that with the new academy graduates, it'll provide some overtime relief in the last half of fiscal year 17, and we'll see even more overtime relief in fiscal year 18. We're providing for the board's consideration a list of items that were removed from the fiscal year 17 budget. And these are our strategic investments from year-end set-asides, from our fiscal year 16 savings. Additionally, we're providing the board with a list of previously presented items. There is still $1 million, a little over $1 million left on this list, or in these funds, to provide at the board's discretion. Our capital project reserves by board policy has to have a minimum balance of $1.5 million. Currently, with our fiscal year 17 actions, we still have an available balance of $883,889. We do have a number of receivables for the capital projects reserve. Some will come in fiscal year 17, and some will come in later fiscal years. The schools were able to provide us with some of their mid-year projections, and even though that state revenues are down across the Commonwealth, because their ADM has increased from their adopted budget, they were able to pretty much neutralize those cuts in revenue. And so today we'll ask the board to release the 5% appropriation hold. Their expenditures are also tracking as expected, and they feel like with their expenditures the way they are, they'll be able to fund the North Stafford High School Library project using salary, lapse, and attrition. Today, the board will find on their consent agenda.
Excuse me. Oh, never mind.
It's a statement, not a question.
It's either way. Sure.
So can you go back one item? One of the things that I want to kind of highlight with this board is the North Stafford High School Library was not a pop-up. This was always in their CIP as a cash-funded project. So it kind of makes it look like that they found the North Stafford High School Library project the way it's being presented. No fault to you, ma'am. But I just want to make it clear that this was in the pipeline. It was slated to be cash-funded.
Thank you.
Thank you. The board will find today on a consent agenda a resolution to release the 5% appropriation hold for the county and to appropriate the state funding for the CSA, and a second resolution to release the 5% appropriation hold for the schools.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Please.
So the CSA, so if we approve that consent agenda item, that'll take it into human services, right? That won't necessarily go and just pay the bill right away.
That will go to Ms. Kraus, yes, in
Okay.
Human Services.
Questions?
More of a statement.
Statements?
In the mid-year review, we talked about CSA, and the CPMT did meet, and so I guess the cat's out of the bag. It's quite a bit over budget. And so Mr. Thomas and I serve on the private day school, and all the over budget is for private day school. Mr. Thomas and I do serve and represent the board on that committee with 2 members of the school board. I believe it's, I don't even remember who it is now, but we're talking about it. We're trying to figure it out and working with Ms. Kraus. And so on the consent agenda, we do have the item for the state funds, but they're going to be coming back and asking for $500,000 for that as well, in addition to the $660,000 that's in the consent agenda today. So I just want to give you guys a heads up on that.
Any other comments or questions? Doug, are you finished? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, speaking of the consent agenda, that's what's next. Do we have any items that someone would like to pull?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
To approve the regular agenda?
We sure do. In additions and deletions. Well, may I have a motion
So
to approve?
move.
I have a second?
Second.
With motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a substitute motion. I would like to move to approve the agenda, but remove discussed line signage in VDOT commuter lots.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second for a substitute motion.
Can we discuss it?
You may.
Okay, here's why. You want to go?
Well, a number of reasons. There's a number of reasons I'm making this substitute motion. Number one, its placement on the agenda would typically be within new business. And secondly, we have discussed the slug line signage in our infrastructure committee, in which it was voted on. It comes with a $100,000 price tag that would be paid for by county taxpayer funds. And so this particular item on the agenda, number one, its placement, and number two, its lack of a background package, gives me serious concerns in that it kind of doesn't raise to the level of transparency that we have been operating as from a board perspective.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull it from the agenda and give an opportunity to meet with the community. I've spoken to Mr. Barnes, and we're going to work with Anthony Toyego to set up a community meeting. There's a group of people who would like to see something happen there, and I think it's just a better use of everybody's time, and it allows for better communication for us to sit in a group. And so I'd like the opportunity to at least host a community meeting first and get the folks in the room with the appropriate staff. And I'll attend, I'll host it, so we can discuss it and then bring it back to the board and have an idea of what we're going to do with it before we discuss it.
Any timeline on that meeting?
Well, when's the ABC conference room available? We're looking for it in the next 2 weeks.
Couple weeks, okay.
In an evening when the conference room's available.
All right, any more discussion on that substitute? I will support the substitute. All right, cast your votes. Tally the votes. And that passes unanimously. All right, now we're on to the consent agenda. Do we have any items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull item number 15.
Pulling 15. Any others? All right, I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda minus item 15.
So moved.
All in favor, cast your votes. Tally the votes. And that passes unanimously. Supervisor Sellers?
I just wanted to pull it off because at a HOA meeting, I've been asked about this quite a bit for a child at play sign there in Apricot Street. We get a lot of traffic going through there, and so I just wanted to pull it out and let people see that we've done it.
Would like to make a motion?
So I move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Unanimous approval. And that brings us to, let's see, unfinished business, item 19. Which is Patriots Crossing.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mike Zaraf with the Planning and Zoning Department. If I can have the computer, please. This item is a continuation of the Patriot Crossing project. The proposal is to amend proffered conditions on the subject property to replace a previously approved recreation facility with other commercial uses and modify the site development conditions associated with that. The public hearing was conducted on December 13th and deferred to this meeting. Since then, a follow-up meeting with residents of Park Ridge. It was conducted in early January. There were several concerns raised by the community, and I'm going to go over a summary of the changes made to the application based on those comments. So first, the meeting, the applicant did present a modification to the general development plan, adding cross-section views illustrating eye-level view, the eye-level view from the residential uses through the buffer to the proposed commercial buildings at their future elevation. So the arrows that you see on the plan that were added represent the cross-section location, and the line of sight represents the views to the top of the building from the adjacent Park Ridge residential lots. So you have this was provided in 3 locations across the site. And so from all those cross sections, this basically shows that landscaping in the range of trees 20 to 30 feet tall would block the view from the Park Ridge properties across to the tops of the buildings at the closest point in the commercial project. Also, there were comments from residents about the buffer. And in response to that, Proffer 3A was revised to now require that within the 50-foot buffer, the green area, any fence that would be located, if a fence is added, it would be located closer to the commercial side of the site. The residents wanted to have more green area adjacent to their lots. So the applicant modified the conditions to include that. And then also, there was discussion of the fencing style. Any fence that would be required must be aesthetically pleasing. The applicant proffered that would include possibly an aluminum wrought iron style picket fencing, as you see in this image. This image is not proffered. This is something that I just included to kind of show a representative image of what that might look like. And this again would be on the commercial side of the buffer. Also, Proffer 3D required fast-growing evergreen trees be planted in the buffer to ensure effective year-round screening, and they listed specific types of evergreen landscaping that might include. And then also, there were concerns about the proximity of the 3-story storage building. Proffer 6B now requires a storage warehouse, which is highlighted in red, to be shifted closer to North Stafford High School to the greatest amount possible to allow for a greater buffer adjacent to Park Ridge in that location. And any building in that area would have to be at least 100 feet off of the Park Ridge property line. Also, in some other concerns were about the access through to Park Ridge. Any proffer in proffer language that would have allowed for street connections to Park Ridge and Parkway Boulevard were removed from the proffer statement. This is the potential location of an interparcel connection to Wolverine Way. And then this is the location of the Wolverine Way intersection with Garrisonville Road. The applicant has added to the proffer 2B regarding improvements at this location that if the connection is approved, and it would need to be approved by the school board, that the proffered improvement value of $275,000 could possibly be made as a cash contribution to the county should the work be estimated to exceed that amount. And this would allow the county to utilize that money to make improvements when the widening of Garrisonville Road occurs, and possibly even leverage that money to increase the value through revenue sharing. So there's some potential benefits of the option of just collecting the cash as opposed to having the applicant do the specific work. And some of the final changes, address some of the other neighbor concerns involving lighting. Proffer 9A requires parking lot lighting to be directed downward and inward to the commercial site, and Proffer 9B would require any wall-mounted lighting on the eastern side of the buildings that are closest to Park Ridge, that they not be located or mounted 10 feet above the ground level. So you don't have lights up at the top of these buildings that might be shining on over towards Park Ridge. So that's a summary of the changes, and we'll take any questions.
Mr. Chairman. I understand that they've modified the site distance around the storage building. Is it still the case that the actual storage use is not being proffered, so that could theoretically be anything?
It could be some other use.
Okay.
Yes.
And the reduced traffic numbers, are those based on the fact that it would be a storage facility, which is clearly a very non-intense use?
Yes.
So that could change in the future if for some reason that deal fell through?
Correct.
Just clarifying, okay.
Mr. Bonke?
Mr. Zaraf, would it be possible that a hotel could be built on this site?
It could be built on the site, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? So would we like to hear from the applicant now? Or should we? Me too. Oh.
You closed the public hearing.
The public hearing is closed. Let me ask for some direction here.
The public hearing is closed, only if you have questions of the applicant or staff, have responses, but the public has had their opportunity.
I think the question is whether or not I should call up the applicant to respond to.
That's the call of you and of the board members if they have questions of the applicant or representative.
Right,
I would
think
like
what-
to, but
I think what Mr. Schumate is saying is, we wouldn't typically have him give a new presentation, but if we had questions, we
Right.
could do that.
That's exactly why I wanted to, and yes, in response to what we heard at the public comment section.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm Sherman Patrick with Compton and Dueling. We're representing Patriots Crossing this evening at this public hearing. I just have a few update informations for you. I don't want to do a whole new presentation or show any more slides. I think that Mike has done a very good job in capturing the substance of the proposal. Since your last meeting, I wanted to let you know that we did meet again with the Park Ridge community. We had met with Park Ridge on 2 different occasions beforehand and had kept in contact with them through letters and also through emails throughout this process. So we felt like we had very good communication with them. But at your last public hearing, there were some questions about the buffer zone. And so Supervisor Sellers organized a meeting with the residents of Park Ridge who are immediately adjacent to the common property line with Patriots Crossing. And so at that meeting on January 4th, we sat down. I think they invited 20 or so people who share a property line with Patriots Crossing. At that meeting, we talked with those neighbors about what their concerns are. One of them was about the fence. Originally proffered in this case, as you know, this is a proffer amendment. The property is already zoned for commercial use. But one of the concerns that they had about the earlier case was that there was a commitment for a solid board fence, and it wasn't specific about whether that fence was against their property line or set back from the property line. So one of their concerns was they wanted a fence that was going to be aesthetically appealing, and they did not want to see a blank board fence along their property line. We've changed the proffer to use the wrought iron fence design that was shown to you earlier, and to set back that fence 50 feet from their property line so that it's well within the site. They also wanted to preserve as much of the existing vegetation as possible, and we've agreed to that and agreed that because some of them were concerned about deciduous trees and how that would look in the winter, have agreed to add to the proffered conditions that there would be fast-growing evergreen type trees, and we name a couple of species, that would be added to the 50 feet that already exists there to help supplement the buffer and make it more opaque so that it would give them better screening. Another item, as was mentioned, they wanted to have the building, we call building number 10, moved as far away from the property line as possible, and Mr. Hart agreed to that adjustment, and you saw the exhibit showing that the building was reoriented and moved farther from the common property line with Park Ridge. Another item that was, and 2 buildings, incidentally, are proffered with respect to their maximum height. The use that was previously or is currently approved in the proffered conditions for this site is a very significant recreational building. And there's the problem, and it's the reason that we're here today. The recreational building that was proffered there is no longer viable because of the Jeff Rouse Swim Center. The building that was proposed there was also 1.5 times larger than the Jeff Rouse Recreation Center. And you know how large that building is. So if that building were to go on this property still, it would have a greater impact and have greater activity on the Park Ridge community than what's now being proposed. What we're proposing now is a collection of community-serving types of commercial uses. There may be some offices, there may be retail uses. We're hoping for restaurants with sit-down service, white tablecloth types of restaurant for one use. There are some other possibilities. All of those uses are already permitted under the existing conditions of this rezoning. The only thing that we're doing in this case is we're taking away the recreation center. We're taking away the Jeff Rouse building ×2 that could be built on the property. So we think in terms of both activity and the scale of development, this is a very significant improvement. With respect to the connection to Wolverine Way, there's been kind of an on-again, off-again discussion about whether there should be a connection to Wolverine Way or not. Again, Ms. Sellers organized an on-site meeting. We met there with school board representatives. They made it very clear to us what they would really like to have is an additional lane on Wolverine Way so that you could make a right turn without having to wait in the queue for those who are making left turns at dismissal time from the high school site. What Mr. Hart has proffered is to build a right turn lane there at the high school to honor their request, and also to use a connection from his property, an interparcel connection, that will give access through this site, but it eliminates the U-turn debate that people have been having and concern that they've had, and I've heard mentioned here again this evening. So we think that we've resolved that issue as well. And with that, staff is recommending approval.
Could you address the questions? May you?
About the hotel?
Yeah.
One about the hotel. Will a hotel go on the site?
We did not proffer out a hotel. That's just because it's not viable, and it never crossed our minds.
Well, would you mind considering proffering out a hotel, Mr. Hart? We can do that, yes. Thank you, sir.
It's just too far away from the interstate to have any viability.
All right, thank you. Any more questions, Mr. Patrick? Gary?
I have a question of staff.
All right. Can we let them go? All right, thank you. Nope, not yet. We're going to go back and forth, but go ahead.
I think there's some confusion on the public's part because I'm getting some emails from folks thinking that we are rezoning this property when it was already rezoned.
Correct.
Could you tell us when it was rezoned? When was this rezoning originally done?
This was rezoned, I believe, back in 2012, if I remember
So
right.
all we're doing now is just amending the proffers?
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Patrick, I don't think we're quite finished. Oh, I see. You anticipated the question. Ms. Bomke?
Yeah, Mr. Patrick, as I'm looking at the proffer statement, I'm trying to understand, I see a list of things that you're, that are prohibited within the use, and then other things that are allowed, but you said there may be certain buildings. Well, may is kind of an optional, so I understand with the buildings number 4 and 6, you've proffered that those would be 1-story, but I'm having a hard time understanding what else are you really proffering here? Because I'm concerned that we're not getting our bang for our buck in Stafford because I don't really know, there are so many unknowns here. So there aren't enough things that you're actually proffering into the GDP, and with the unknowns, I feel like the impacts are going to be too great.
The proffered, on page 5 of the proffered conditions, there is a list of uses that are prohibited within 200 feet of Garrisonville Road. That evolved from discussions with the community that they were concerned about certain types of things locating and lining along Garrisonville Road. So we excluded auto service-oriented uses, auto repair, and there's a list of other items there. Outdoor flea market. Those are all appearance-oriented types of uses that would be excluded from that in that first area of the property. And then at the bottom of the page, prohibited uses generally. And you'll see that we have excluded a number of uses in that category as well.
Yeah, I guess for me, and I mean, I'll just let the board know, is, I know Mr. Hart does nice projects, but my big concern is that this is a big development and there's no dedicated traffic light. And so the traffic issue around North Stafford High School is paramount to me whenever you have a lot of traffic around a high school area.
Ms. Bomke, let me bring this back to the board and let Mr. Patrick sit down. Are we finished asking questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have a minute to do that.
Yeah, you're right, thanks.
So one of the items that was of major concern at the Planning Commission was impact, transportation impact. And so we switched out the office, reduced the office significantly, and added the storage facility, which took traffic impact down by 40%. As a matter of fact, we get a 40% improvement in traffic due to the storage facility. But am I to understand correctly that this storage facility, you can, once this is approved, you can switch it back to another 100,000 square feet of office?
We did not anticipate, the office location is not, that's not a great space for the office location. Again, it's one of those kinds of things that you don't expect to do, and so you don't always think to include them.
Okay, but we have square footage of commercial, and I'm looking for the exact number of commercial that this was reduced to get to the parking. Here it is. The recent revision to the development proposal was the reduction of traffic was generated by replacing 216,000 square feet of office use with 71,000 square feet of office use and 120,000 square feet of self-storage facility. Are we proffering this self-storage facility because it will get us to that reduction in, and quite frankly, the reason I'm supporting I would be supporting this project is because from its current use to what you're proposing, we've got a 40% reduction in traffic impact. And so I'm wondering, is this limit of 71,725 square feet of office use, is that being proffered?
That's the maximum FAR that's permitted in the zoning category.
Okay.
So there isn't a requirement to proffer that. There isn't a need. It would be meaningless to proffer that number.
So we can't switch this out and replace it with the two, actually, can I have?
I do want to say one thing, if you don't mind, because it relates very directly to what you're asking. The traffic impact analysis shows that these roadway sections function at the required level of service when after Garrisonville Road is improved. So we don't expect to have this site built out during the time frame prior to the widening of Garrisonville Road. And also, there was a comment about that there's no traffic signal. In fact, the proffered conditions do provide for improving the traffic signal at Wolverine Way and at Garrisonville Road.
Thanks. Mr. Giraffe? Yes.
So there was a revision to the proffers where we took it from 216,000 between the Planning Commission and when it was presented to the Board of Supervisors. Am I reading this correctly?
The revision was to the general development plan.
Okay.
Not the proffers.
Okay, so the GDP is what, and I apologize, this is my first time around, and you asked the question if we could switch this out to additional office space. So the GDP that we are approving would provide for the 71,725 square feet of office use and 120,000 square foot storage facility. And if they wanted to change that, they have to come back to us.
No.
That I have a problem with.
No, correct. That there's no restriction to the specific uses on the general development plan.
Okay.
Great
Thank
point.
you.
Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Are you shaking your head yes, Bob?
I thought that was a good question.
Thank you. Okay, so I will bring this back to the board, but I suspect that we might still have to talk to the applicant. It's in the Garrisonville district. Laura, do you want to?
Are you coming back to answer the question?
The question wasn't actually asked, but I think the implied question is, what would you propose to do about the Mrs. Mauer's concern? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hart is willing to proffer the 125,000 square foot self-storage center.
Then we're good.
There we go. All right, so back to the Garrisonville District Supervisor.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this?
I do have discussion on this, obviously. I've read the Stafford talk post. I've sat down with Park Ridge, like you said, on multiple occasions. We've sat down with the schools on 3 separate occasions to discuss what the schools need, in addition to how we make it all play well together. I mean, the issue right now is the property is zoned commercial right in the smack dab between a school and a neighborhood. It's already there. We have to deal with it. And so if we can come up with a use that is more amenable to the community, to an already walkable community. And those of us that live in those neighborhoods know that you walk from Hampton Oaks, where my parents have lived for a long time, down through Park Ridge, and you can go to the high school. If that becomes a place where you can walk and you can sit down at a restaurant, or you can go to whatever's going to be in there, that makes it a better community. And in direct response to some of the stuff I did read on Facebook, yes, I would want to live in a neighborhood like that. I think that does add value to the neighborhood. And I think a lot of people do agree in the meetings coming out of the Park Ridge neighborhood, meetings out of those neighborhoods, people agree with me. The students will appreciate it. Graduating from North Stafford, living in Hampton Oaks, there's nothing for those students to do. There's nowhere for them to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't speak from the chamber. It's not permitted.
Now we're just creating delusions at this point. Go ahead, sorry.
And I do support it. I do think that this will be a better use. I think when we talk about transportation, Garrisonville Road is going to widen even further. And there are discussions, like I said in the previous meeting, with North Stafford to figure out how we make that area, the egress to and from the high school, different and better. Wolverine Way is a state-maintained road. It is not a school road. And so how do we make it safer? How do we make it a difference? So for that reason, I will be supporting this project. And I think if we give it time, we will see that it will add to the community and people will appreciate it. It's just different, and it takes time sometimes when things are different.
All right. Any more comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thomas?
We just heard two, I think, pretty major proffer amendments. Do we know exactly what the languages we're about to vote on? Because sometimes when they're significant, we wait till the evening so we can see these things get executed.
Okay, point. He's writing, so we probably need a little more time. If you are writing, then we are not ready to vote on this.
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Move this back from the agenda.
Absolutely. The only question is where will we put it on the agenda? Do we put it? I think our next item will certainly take 15. Well, may take 15 minutes, but let's.
We can put it after the discussing the Board of Supervisors retreat agenda,
Yeah, right before closed meeting.
number 21.
Sounds good to me. Any other discussion now? So we'll just. What's the procedure? Just
Just lay it on the table and we'll
Pause.
carry it over.
All right. We're laying it on the table, and we're going to carry it over, and we're going to move on to 20 then. Correct? Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Susan Blackburn, and this is a carryover discussion of proposed ordinance 017-04, and it is amendments to Article 8 of signs of the zoning ordinance. And at the last meeting in December, you held the public hearing, and there were several items of discussion, and they were issues that were brought up by the Fredericksburg Area Realtors Association, the George Washington Ferry Farm Association. We had a letter from Silver and Company, and we also had issues brought up by the public, in particular Commissioner Boswell. And we were, the case was deferred till today, and staff was instructed to make these additions into the proposed ordinance, and I'm hoping I've gotten all of them in there. I've gone over it several times. The first thing will be the Fredericksburg Area Association of Realtors. And do we need to go over the background of why we're doing this?
I think you could just hit, no, I think
Just
it
to
actually
hit-
kind of is important to hit on
Okay.
the reason why we had to change
There
the
was
signs.
a Supreme Court case, Reed versus the Town of Gilbert, Arizona, and the verdict out of that case was that signs could not be regulated due to content. And the Virginia Local Government Attorneys Association drafted an ordinance to help guide the various localities through this process. And our ordinance is, or this proposed ordinance is a blended version of the regulations that we've had in Stafford and their suggestions on how to go forward with the ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
And back to the items that were of discussion last time, it was the Fredericksburg Area Association of Realtors, and they were concerned about the real estate signs put on property for sale. We have made the amendment to the draft ordinance that we are including a minor sign that does not require a permit. It is added to the signs that do not require a permit. There will be one allowed for each street frontage, no more than 2 per parcel. And the square footage has been changed from 4 square feet to 6 square feet. And that seems to be in agreement with the realtors, and they are pleased with that.
Mr. Chair.
So they thought
Sure.
that was fine.
We had a public speaker asking something similar to this. They felt it was open-ended, but it's my understanding that because we can't regulate by usage, this means pretty much every house could have a minor sign without a permit.
You are
per
correct.
frontage. So I just
You
wanted to
are
explain why
correct.
we can't restrict it any
Yes,
further.
you are correct.
And Mr., should we ask
Actually,
him?
Mrs. Wendy was,
So just to allay or answer the question that the homeowner was asking, do the homeowners association stricter covenants? My question is we have our sign ordinance, but the
Yes.
HOA covenants that she is speaking to would be an even more stringent one, that they couldn't hold up our sign ordinance and say, this is Stafford County law.
Legal, please.
That is correct, Supervisor Maurer. If the homeowners association's restrictive covenants are stricter, the Stafford County law does not change that.
Okay.
Ms. Sellers.
That was my question.
Oh, how about that? I have a question. Can
Yes,
you can you explain the underlying, if a property is listed, remember we copied the Alexandria model to cover, or at least at one point, to cover properties that were being sold or, I guess, rented? Is that still contained? Have you-
That was not included in this proposed ordinance because of the tracking that would need to be done in keeping track of when properties were for sale, when they were sold, how long they were for rent. And we just did not include that in on this draft. If we want to amend it.
When did we take it out? Was it ever in the draft? We never really had a draft at the last meeting.
We never had a draft that really included it. We talked about it, and we took the part about, having it be non-permitted signs, but we did not include the part about tracking for sale through the MLS.
Respectfully, tracking is a different, enforcement and tracking are
Yes.
completely different. There's many signs in the county that are illegal. They're not typically enforced unless somebody complains. All right, I'll continue on with any more questions.
And this is a picture of your typical real estate sign, which will meet within the 6 square feet.
Please.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay, I'm short. And I am 5 feet, and the 5-foot maximum, I think these are slightly taller than 5 feet. They're usually taller than me. I would like to just make a small amendment and make it 7 feet. It's
not including
It's not
the
including the pole. It's
It's
just
not
the sign.
okay, it's just
She
the
has
sign.
one that shows the sign.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
Well,
Okay.
no more questions. I would entertain a motion. or-
We have several other things to go over.
Oh, I thought you were,
No, no, sir. Then we had gotten various considerations from Silver and Companies. They were concerned about the calculation for the square footage of allowable sign area. We have added a figure for the frontage of a piece of property to also be part of a calculation. You can either do the frontage of the entrance to the building, or it is now in the code, or in this proposed ordinance, that it is half. Right now, it's 1 foot for 1 foot. If you use for frontage of a building, if you use the lot width or the lot frontage, it is half a foot. And you would be allowed to use whichever is greater. Because they were concerned on various architectural aspects of buildings, they would not, retail merchants would not always get the benefit of as much square footage as they could get. So we added that to it, and you can use either one. You don't get to use both. And they asked about architecturally designed wall in the definition, and we removed that. We did move around the definition of electronic message sign in the code, and we did remove the first sentence of the intent such that it was kinder and friendlier to signage. And there was a question about the freestanding signs for subdivisions, and those will be considered off-premise signs, and you are allowed 2 signs, 32 square feet each, for a total of 64 square feet. And the RBC district was moved to the business signages because most of the uses within the RBC are more business-oriented than potentially in the PD or the PD2 district. And the George Washington Ferry Farm concerns were the height of buildings near heritage interpretation or heritage sites, and we have amended the ordinance to restrict the height to 12 feet for freestanding signs within 1,000 feet of an HR or an HI zoning district. And Commissioner Boswell was concerned over the material that was prohibited for signs, and we have removed vinyl from that description. And there is one other thing that I have noticed in looking through here, and it was in section 28-128B, and it was for electronic signs and their relationship to non-residential uses in residential uses, and this is for churches and schools in particular. And I had thought we had changed it long ago. It still says prohibited, and I want that word to change to be permitted. So that was one thing I noticed. And I know one of the citizens asked about churches and how they would be treated, and they will be treated as a non-residential use signage in the residential districts. And they will be allowed quite a bit of square footage. It will be, for a freestanding sign, they'll be allowed 25 square feet, and for a wall sign, they'll be allowed 25 square feet. And do you have any questions?
All right, questions?
Yes. Okay, so on the temporary sign restrictions limiting it to 3, what was the reasoning behind that? Have we limited temporary signs before? Is this a new restriction?
The temporary signs.
We didn't want a whole bunch of signs everywhere.
Okay.
We didn't want one property to have like go on the corner of Courthouse Road and Austin Ridge Road on a Saturday at about 11. You see about 1,500 of those little signs. We don't want that. That's ugly. We don't want that. That's why.
Okay, but how would that impact campaigns? So we've got a number
That
of
would
large
be
properties.
the campaigns. That 3 or fewer signs at any given time per lot, no more than 32 square feet in area per sign, not to exceed 60 days in duration for no more than 2 60-day periods in a calendar year.
Okay, so this would, but they could actually put up more temporary signs if they got permits.
Yeah, well, then they wouldn't be temporary.
Okay, but if they were up for, if they wanted to put up more campaign signs, let's just say, my concern is that, for example, the Rhodes property that's on 610, they are very kind. They invite all political parties, anybody who is running to place a sign on their road, and it's in a very prominent spot. And my concern, especially since we're putting this in a campaign year, that it almost kind of looks like, love you guys, but the optics are bad when we're limiting the signed ordinance in a campaign year.
Well, with the
We're limiting our own signs, so I don't know how the optics are bad when we're included in that. So we're not saying only non-sitting supervisors or sitting politicians. We can't go and put our signs up there either. So I think we're restricting ourselves as well.
But it would be, because we are approving this ordinance, and, and it has been, they've seen number of campaign signs, the incumbents would know about this and be able to secure their sign spots, as opposed to newbies who are entering the political world.
Okay, so are we finished asking questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll entertain I'll give you.
You want to take a motion, so will I.
I'll give you a motion to approve it if you're finished.
I'll take a motion in a second for discussion.
Second.
All right, so let's talk about this. You wanted to keep, I think you're making good points, Wendy. We are challenged by the fact that we can't use content anymore as a reason to allow or not allow a sign. So it's not a coincidence that 32 square feet is a 4x8 sign. You tell us, and we're going to, the motion should, I hope, we should amend it to contain, I would like to see it amended to contain the establishment of a subcommittee to work with the Planning Commission to keep working on this. You were going to say that? Is that an amended motion?
Well, that's not an amended motion. Part of my comment was somebody mentioned that, you know, it's big, it's complex. It is. This is the start. Our sign ordinance is currently out of compliance. We cannot enforce sign ordinance in Stafford County. That's why we want to approve it. This is a general sign ordinance. And working with Commissioner Boswell, him and I have said we will continue to take on the sign ordinance and move forward to see, okay, we can't do it by content, but can we say different types of uses? So what kind of signs do we want in a historic district? What kind of signs do we want in the Long Garrisonville Road, which is going to be different from Mountain View Road or, you know, a country road? So those are the things that we're going to look for in the next phase. That is part of the discussion in setting up a 2-on-2. Obviously, Mr. Boswell and I have already volunteered our time, and we'll take another person from this board, and then we'll
As
go
a
to
matter
the
of
Planning
fact,
Commission.
it would be Wendy. She'll take my spot on the sign committee.
Great, welcome. My condolences, maybe.
Yes, I think I've bitten off more than I can chew, but I'm concerned about the optics in a campaign year.
More discussion? Jack?
I'm concerned about the arbitrary 60-day rule because a lot of times the traditional time for campaigns to begin is Labor Day. And sometimes the difference in number of days between Labor Day and Election Day is greater than 60 days.
The 60 days came out of the committee.
Well,
And
I think it was a mistake. Thank you.
Explain, I want to hear that. Tell me one more time what you mean. So if a campaign, tell me again what you mean.
What I'm saying is that it's traditional for campaigns to begin on Labor Day.
Sure.
The number of days between a specific Labor Day and a specific election day in November could be, not necessarily will be, but could be greater than 60 days.
And we just looked at that, we established that number based on basically campaigns, because whatever's allowed here, anyone will be able to put any 3 4x8 signs up in those same, groups of days on their property. So I'm not married to any particular number, if you wanted to offer.
I say we get rid of all of them. I think all the political signs are ugly, just my personal opinion, but I lost on that in committee,
You must not be running for
so.
election.
That's right, she is though. Gary?
I share Jack's concern. I mean, we also have to remember that there are primaries. Primaries in June. So if you have a primary, you're going to put your signs out. Then you're asking candidates, whoever they are, to go out and pull them all back in. Number one concern. Number two concern is I can see this turning into a political witch hunt. You're going to have people sitting there waiting, uh-oh, he's getting ready to pass his 60-day mark, let's report him. So I don't think this is a good idea at all. It needs to be revised.
Chairman, I'll amend my motion. What if we went from remove the 60-day? Well, then we just keep, then they're no longer temporary.
You have to have a number.
We absolutely thought of that, and when I run my campaigns, and I run almost as many as everyone here except for, a couple of you, I take my signs down after the primary season, and I put them back up. So I thought that was fair that you could do we thought that was fair that you could have two campaigns in a year with your signs up for 60 days. Now, so I can't get on board with the idea of just keeping your signs up all year round because you're running a primary and then a general, but I could get on board with the idea of a longer than 60-day period. That's just me. We need something on the books because nothing's enforceable right now. I mean, yes, Wendy.
I actually agree with that. I will tell you, there was nothing I heard more complaints on than people who kept their signs up between the primary and the general election. The general public just doesn't like it. And I removed my signs after the primary and popped them back up, with the general election. Now, do we take it to 75 days? We can discuss that. But I am supportive of taking your campaign signs down and putting them back up.
So I have an amendment to the motion to.
But we're starting a committee, aren't we?
We are, but
Talk about all of that.
Well, I'm looking over here at Jack and Gary. If it makes them happier to go 75, and we could change it again. after the committee meets and convenes many
Anybody who
times.
would love to talk about signs, I would be more than willing to give up my seat on the sign. It's just, I tend to be the more restrictive one on signs.
So you've not
I don't like
amended
them.
your motion, but Wendy wants to say something else?
I mean, if we are passing this ordinance and then setting up a committee, I would also like to include removing the 3-sign limit, especially for this campaign year. And when we bring this back to the board with all of the committee recommendations, we can address that, but I would like to amend this ordinance to remove that 3-sign limit.
Well, can we, then, but you're willing to stick with what we have to get this back into a subcommittee with the planning commission?
So
You're starting to get into all the details, and it's going to
Yeah,
create a
it-
discussion.
Let me see if I understand what we're doing, and maybe I don't. Are we approving this ordinance so we can start enforcing it with the amendments and the intention of sending this back to subcommittee? Or are we just voting to send this to a subcommittee?
Oh, no, we were going to pass it and send it back to a subcommittee.
Okay, so if we pass it, I hope that Ms. Sellers, who made the original motion, would include amending this ordinance to remove the 3-sign limit
We
on
need-
temporary signs.
You can't just remove them
You have to have a
completely. You have to have a number. How many signs do you want for half the year on election years and any given person's
On any
property?
given piece of property, I typically don't see more than 8.
I mean, I just think that's.
On the roads property and on the property right there at 610 and 95, you've got a stream of campaign signs because they allow them. And the property, the Rosner property, which has now been switched over, I just,
Now, we can do
Mr. Chair.
commercial, we can use commercial property different, we can do that differently. If that's, I don't know about the roads property.
the
I don't-
roads property is A1. It's agricultural, and especially those large agricultural properties that are, more than 100-acre farms.
Bob, you like to comment?
I would suggest we leave the 3 there. There was a lot of work that's put in that. However, I would suggest the first 3 candidates, their signs are free, and everybody else needs to come with a permit when they want to put their sign up for this year.
I definitely agree that we should pass it as it is and keep working on it. I don't like the unlimited or even 8 sign max.
8 signs is too many.
That's subjective, but that's my opinion,
Some
your
of these
opinion.
large properties, it's a 100-acre parcel in the A1 district. 8 signs doesn't look like a lot. And we have a lot of large parcels in these districts that allow multiple campaign signs. I can even name one off of Rock Hill Church Road where all of the Republicans put up their signs. It wasn't obtrusive. We're talking 60 days, twice a year. And I mean, I think we should protect political speech. And by making this restriction, we are asking those, and I will tell you, candidates that are new to the system, this does favor the incumbents on this board. And because you can now go out and secure all your signage and before other candidates have even decided to get into the race.
Okay, I don't want, I don't want to, this is the problem with us trying to reopen this up right now. Mr. Cavalier?
Changing gears here. Enough political talk. It's not about the political signs. It shouldn't be. And if it was, it's wrong. I'm more concerned about the small businesses who are affected by these changes. And to me, this new regulation, while is necessary in some form, is quite onerous. I believe that we're just adding much more bureaucracy than we need to and trying to regulate way too many things. I think that we're going to have to create a force of sign police to enforce this. And where is that money? Are we going to get lawyers involved and zoning administrators and planners and code administration people? It's going to take an army to enforce this. And so I'm not going to be able to support it because I've heard too many complaints. In fact, we can't even approve a sign for the American Legion. Their sign got rejected. So, it's just way too much.
Any other comments? So we have a motion and a second on the floor. And so I'll wrap it up by saying this. In spite of what you may have heard just now, we have wholly kept our sign ordinance as it is. The only thing we did was take out the content-based part of it. So we're not creating any more sign laws, so to speak. And it's about the same as it is. We just can't enforce it now because ours separates them out by content.
Yes,
You
sir.
you said yes.
Yes.
So it's important for you to know we're not looking to create new sign laws. We're just trying to keep our own old sign laws in place, which, by the way it really works is you put signs up, and if no one complains and no one notices it or doesn't, we don't have a police force now, and we're not going to create one to go police signs. But if one of our supervisors calls and complain, I get them from my neighbors all the time when a sign goes up. I'll call it in, and they'll come tell the people they're in violation. So I'm going to support this, especially because I know it's not the end of it. This is just the beginning of it. But we really need to get something on the books. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the 3-sign restriction, is that new, or was that in our old sign ordinance?
That was a result of the committee.
Okay, so it is new. And who served on that committee?
Mr. Milday and Ms. Sellers.
Okay, both of them are up for reelection.
I said
Got
no
it.
signs,
Um,
for the record.
Okay. Anyway, so of course, you watch me when I run again. You'll see that I don't share properties with people in my signage. If you're my supporter, you don't have my opponent's sign on the property. Yes.
I know I'm late jumping in here, but one comment, please. I'm not going to support this, nothing to do with political sign, none of that. I think it's very cumbersome. I agree with the speaker from the audience earlier who said, how are we going to enforce this thing? I mean, I just don't see it being enforced. So until this thing is ready for prime time, which I don't think it is, I can't support it.
All right. Any more?
I have a
Please.
point of clarification. For the motion, it's approval of the ordinance, and it is the committee formation and the send down. My question is, I know this needs to be redone at some point.
I want it to be. I was going to do it. If it wasn't included in the motion, I was going to make that direction right after the motion. But if the motion maker would like to amend.
It's not just the committees, it's a joint committee with us and the planning commission.
So
So
the
the
send
planning
down-
commission wants to be a part of it. Mr. Boswell has volunteered himself. One other person from the planning commission, we need to ask the planning commission to give us another name, and then we'll start
And here's the
working
reason
on
I'm
it.
asking, from a legal standpoint, is I'm in support of this, knowing that there's a second bite at the apple. And if we have to come back and vote on another send-down, that may fail, so that affects my decision right here.
Mr. Chairman, it's the recommendation that the votes be separated.
Okay. Okay, we have one more comment.
Did we get an opinion from the county, and maybe you, Jeff, touched on this at the very beginning regarding state code as it relates to political signs?
I'm not sure that doesn't sound familiar to me, Supervisor Baumke.
So doesn't the state have certain regulations as it relates to political signs, and would that supersede any local ordinance that we would have in place?
Depending on the nature of any state regulation, I'm not aware of one right now. There may be, it just hasn't been brought to my attention. But usually the state regulations and laws do supersede.
Mrs. Maurer.
So if the state had a regulation regarding political signs, wouldn't that be in violation of the opinion that we're trying to fix in the first place?
It very well could.
Okay.
But you're not aware of a state regulation. So hypothetically speaking, if there were one, we'd be in violation of it? Is that what you're
Mr.
saying?
Chairman, I'm not aware of one. There very well could be, but I'm just not aware of it.
My understanding is that our big signs have been illegal and weren't enforced because they were political signs. Just so you know, I even think the big signs you see for politics are also illegal right now.
Okay.
All right, so we still have a motion and a second, and I'll, if it passes, or if it doesn't, we'll still try to send it to the Planning Commission in a separate action.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Please.
However you all decide, if it is to pass this ordinance as it is now, are we doing the time limit at all? Are we changing it from 60 days?
No, we did not include that.
Okay,
I would have
okay.
asked for that amendment.
And can we change the item I found from
Yes.
prohibited to permitted?
I think
please?
her
Thank you.
intent was to take your
Thank you.
recommendation.
Thank you.
And the seconder. Mhm. All right. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. And it squeaks by, and now I'd entertain a motion to form a committee on the board and send this down to the Planning Commission asking for their half of the committee to be stood up and have them continue working on the
Yes.
sign ordinance.
But I would recommend that I not be on that committee.
I thought you just said you were interested. You
I
sure?
know, but this is not going
All
to be a
right,
fun.
I'll
this-
replace Ms. Sellers on that committee.
And you're still okay, Wendy?
Come on,
Huh?
stand.
No, I think I'm going to pass.
Stay on it?
Gary, how about you? All that landmass out there, all those signs? Well, I need a second person, or this isn't going to go anywhere.
Jack? No. All right, I'll be on.
All right, so we have two. Were you making the motion too for me?
Yeah, I make the motion to form the two-person committee, no, the four-person committee, right? The Planning Commission and 2 Board of Supervisors members.
And to send this down to the planning commission?
Yeah, that's my question. I want this to be the send-down motion. I don't want to have to come back up later. That's what I was asking earlier. Because if we send it down, then we're expecting an answer back eventually from this committee.
The item's been approved. I don't think you can send it down at this point.
This
We're not
is
sending
a
this
brand-new
down.
motion. I mean,
To send down the item for consideration.
to give them a recheck of the sign ordinance.
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that right now. We could always redo it if we look into the question later and have to do it at a later meeting, a send-down motion. I think you can, but we can always redo it at a later time.
Question.
I'm sorry, do you mean redo it if it's not legal and we pass it, or what do you mean redo it?
Rashida.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Rashida McClendon, Deputy County Attorney. Yes, this actually would be just the forming of a subcommittee, and it wouldn't necessarily be a send-down. What you would be looking to do is to establish this committee, have the Planning Commission appoint 2 members, and then to have a committee report come back to the board. Then from there, if you would like to send whatever report comes back from the board to the commission, you could do that, or you could just have whatever report comes from the committee to go to the Planning Commission automatically.
That's not our intent. Our intent is to have a working committee with both planning commission members and board of supervisors members working on the sign ordinance.
Yes, so
At
whatever
once.
comes out of that committee, the question is whether it comes back to the board to be sent to the planning commission or goes directly to the commission for consideration.
How do we get the committee stood up from here now, or can't we?
For here, the board would have to basically appoint as a body 2 members, send the request to the planning commission. The planning commission, the chairman of the planning commission appoints 2 members, and then I believe county admin will work with planning a schedule and putting out notices of a meeting
So I need a motion to send the request to the planning commission
to
to work.
appoint 2 members to the joint committee.
To appoint
Yes.
2 members to the joint committee that on our side consists of, who was the second one? Was you?
Sellers.
Yes, Laura and Meg. That's the motion I'm looking for now.
So moved.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Jack?
This is just done completely the opposite of what it should have been done. The committee should have been formed first, come up with a full recommendation, get a concise vote, and then take it from there. It just,
Thank you. Well, with our committee, any more comments? The committee that's been stood up over the last 6 months that with Laura and me have met several times. You were invited to every meeting. You could have weighed in on this. Saying you don't like it is one thing. Offering some constructive solutions is another. So maybe you can get involved in the second round. All in favor, just cast your votes. Tally the votes. It passes. Thank you. We're going to talk about 21, or do we want, yeah. Discuss the board's retreat agenda.
Yes, we did talk, Mr. Chairman, we need to talk about the upcoming retreat on February 11th. Staff will be passing out a list of topics we have to date. What we need to do today is just kind of I'd like a motion from the board, or at least direction from the board, how many of these topics or additional topics that you would like to include in retreat so that we can start putting an agenda together.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So are the black dots, those are the big headers, and then these fall under those headers? Or do the colors have
Yes,
anything to do?
yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The Chair of Finance had a really good idea today to get the laundry list of items that are competing for the end-of-year funds. She may want to go further into detail, but I thought that was a good idea and should definitely be included.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Under rules of engagement, I would like to have some discussion as far as the bylaws are concerned. We just passed them in 2016, and I think a thorough review of them would be appropriate.
All right, I don't know, any other suggestions? Gary?
Mr. Chairman, we've got a new county administrator coming in, and it seems to me we should have something on here, like a get to know the new administrator or something. I don't know how that would work, but
The actual.
rather than just bringing him right into it.
The actual agenda has more mass than this.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Doug, do you want to explain?
Yeah, Mr. Snellings, I've talked with Mr. Foley several times about formulating what he would like to do, and he's articulated to me is, once the board gets the topic list, then we'll start putting an agenda together, and part early on in the agenda, I think, is where we'll have that kind of a dialogue with the new administrator. So I think that would be part of the retreat.
Sounds good. Please.
What is the timeframe for this retreat? I know it's the 10th and the 11th, but what are the schedules, start and stop times?
I think Marcia was going to try to get us in a little bit earlier than you got in last year.
Right now, it's scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. We can actually bump that up an hour or two if you'd like. That would be on Friday, the 10th, and then it would resume, go through dinner, and then the next morning resume after breakfast and go through lunch and adjourn approximately 1 to 2 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, my preference, if we're doing it from 3 and then just to noon, that's just one full day, which we could do in a day if we're going to actually go out. And given the list of topics, I think we should start earlier than 3 o'clock. So if we could get in at 1, that might be a little bit more appropriate, and we'll be able to cover these topics a little bit more fully.
Or go later, would that be to accomplish the same goal?
You mean later on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean,
The problem I have with that is, when I agreed to this date, I have all-district band back in Stafford at like 2 o'clock, so I was hoping to be done by noon. But, I mean, if everybody else wants to go later that day, I can make it work.
No, I can come earlier on a Friday.
Or
Saturday?
Yeah.
Or start earlier on Friday.
Yeah.
I like the earlier
I
Friday.
just think we need more time. I mean, if we're starting at 3 and ending at noon, I assumed the reason we were ending at noon the next day, and I'm more open to go later the next day, was because that was checkout time.
So is the board is leaning towards starting earlier on Friday versus going later,
We
right?
can take care of that.
Okay. That's fine by me. And so far, we've added a couple of things, the laundry list of the wish list of items from different departments, the bylaw conversation. Is there anything else? And of course, we'll make sure we have lots of time with Mr. Foley, as much as we can get, that we want. Maybe on Friday, but we can work on that later.
The other thing, what we'd like to do, now we have the topics, what we'll do is we'll have to have dialogues with the board, but I want to make sure that we have the appropriate staff there to discuss the items we're talking about too. So we'll make sure, for example, our CFO, Mario, should be there for budget, CIP, that type of thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. There's no motion attached to this, is there?
No, I just need direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So brings us back to 19. Mr. Patrick and Mr. Zaraf.
So I have the signed proffer statement, and we have 2 changes. And so the first change is to proffer 4A subsection I on page 5. This is the section called permitted uses, says all uses allowed in the B2 urban commercial zoning district shall be permitted with the exception of uses specifically prohibited herein. And then the next sentence says uses shall include a minimum of 120,000 square feet of mini storage warehouse in the general location shown on the GDP. So that's requiring that. And then the further down subsection 3, which prohibits uses that would be permitted at any location on the property. On page 6, this section lists out, currently there were 20 uses listed. It would add in number 21, hotel use, and 22, motel use. Those are two uses that we currently allow, so those two uses would be prohibited, and they're initialed by the
Yeah, we
applicant.
do have a motion.
So we need amended motion.
Accept the proffer. Mr. Chairman, I amend the motion to include the two proffers, I guess three proffers that Mr. Zaraf just included. So proffering out the hotel and motel and proffering the use for the storage facility and the general location on the GDP.
And the seconder?
And I was the seconder. I accept that amendment.
All right, so we have a new motion and second, or revised motion and second. Mrs. Bomke?
So I have a question regarding, okay, if they're going to be proffering in the GDP that additional space, so there could potentially be 10 buildings, right? So 7 of those buildings could be 5 stories. 3 of them would be limited to 1-story buildings, and the other 7 could be limited, potentially, being the operative word, could be 5 stories. Is that correct? I just want to
There-
make sure before I vote. Is that correct?
There could be other 5-story, well, some of the uses shown, there are much smaller footprints, and there, I guess, potentially could be, but they'd have to be, I think realistically, you wouldn't have all those additional buildings as 5 stories, because you see some of them are a car wash or a restaurant, so those likely are only going to be 1 story in reality. So, yeah, you might get maybe 3 or 4 that could be 5 stories, but not all the remaining.
Okay, thank you.
And those are towards the center of the property.
Yeah, yes. Well, right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there could be taller uses right fronting on Garrisonville Road, but.
I meant between the, yes.
Yeah,
away
yeah, but
from
more
Park
towards
Ridge.
the high school, yes.
And the high school. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right, let's cast our votes. Tally the votes. And it passes.
Mr.
4
Chairman,
Yes.
you may record, I ask the clerk to please record Mr. Cavalier's vote as an abstention based upon his December 13th declaration to the board, which will be continuing to this day.
Absolutely. So we
Please.
have a 4 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. The motion carries. And that should bring us to our closed session meeting, when I'll ask Mrs. Bomke to read us into closed session.
A resolution to authorize closed meeting, whereas the board desires to hold a closed meeting for 1, consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiation or litigation posture of the board. 2, discussion of the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the board. 3, discussion and consideration of a prospective candidate for employment. And 4, discussion regarding the performance of specific county employees and other personnel matters. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711, Big A, little and 1, comma, A3 and A7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting.
Second.
Have a motion seconded. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. And Gary, you want to say yes? Oh, there we go. Gotcha. We're all in favor. Let's go into closed session. We'll be back. and at home. We're going to start with a presentation. Nope. Oh, I forgot about that. It's not on my notes. Okay, I've asked Meg to lead us in the prayer, and Wendy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together today to do the business of Stafford County. We pray for your guidance and wisdom as we discuss the matters before us. Father, we ask for your help in supporting our homeless population and those struggling with heroin and drug addiction, that they receive the help they need to lead a better life. We thank you for continuing to support our ever-present military here and throughout the world. And Father, please keep your hand on our own men and women in our fire and rescue and sheriff's department as they continue to protect our citizens every day. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And that does bring me to my proclamation for Stephen Druitt. I'm going to ask Stephen Druitt to come forward to the dais. Mr. Druitt is a winner of the 2016 Clean Farm Award from the Tri-County City Soil and Water Conservation District for his environmentally friendly, conservation-minded farming practices. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Druitt, along his wife, Sally, and Jeff Adams, Etta Lucas, and Mike Anderson from Tri-County City Soil and Water Conservation District.
We'd like to thank you. Got a plaque for you. We've got a sign for you to hang out front. Keep up the good work. Those SL6 practices.
Hold on, let me give you a microphone.
I appreciate it.
You're missing.
They can't hear you at home.
Can't hear you at home.
Try to start over.
On behalf of Tri-County City and Water Conservation District, we want to thank you for participating in our programs. You've done a lot of fencing. You've provided waters for your livestock. And because I drive by right often, it's looking real good, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
We also have a sign here that we'd like you to promptly display in front of your farm.
I will.
All right.
We'll go tomorrow.
All righty.
Thank you. Don't run off. Come on, y'all stay up here. Come on over here a little bit. The board appreciates your conservation efforts. We realize how important that is to our Potomac River and how it connects to the Chesapeake Bay, and that you're finding ways to help with our problem. So I'm going to read this proclamation from the board. So whereas each year the Tri-County City Soil and Water Conservation District recognizes environmentally friendly, conservation-minded farming practices, and whereas the district has selected Mr. Stephen Druitt as the Clean Water Bay Friendly Farm Award Program recipient of Stafford County Rappahannock Watershed for 2016, whereas Mr. Druitt demonstrated a commitment to the conservation of natural resources through responsible farming practices, which includes installing 2,746 feet of pipeline, 3 frost-free watering troughs, did I pronounce that right? Troughs, and 4,650 feet of fence to exclude cattle from the stream and wet areas that flow through his farm. And whereas Mr. Druitt installed several hydrants which enable him to more intensely manage his forages and rotate his cattle every 1 to 2 days, the frequency of this rotation helps control weeds, insects, and disease problems without using chemicals on his farm. So now, therefore, be it resolved by the Stafford County Board of Supervisors on this, the 24th day of January 2017, that it be and hereby does commend Mr. Stephen Druitt for being recognized as the 2016 Clean Farm Bay Friendly Award winner. Congratulations.
I guess first I need to thank my wife for helping me with all of the
2,700 and how many feet?
because while I was on the one end of a track hoe or whatever it was I was doing, she was on the other side of that, helping me all of the time. So I'd also like to thank my mother and father, John and Carlene Druitt, for giving me the opportunity to farm their property. My children are the fourth generation in order to be on our farm. That means a lot to us and to our children and to my mom and dad. And I need to thank Etta Lucas. She supported me 100% along the way. There were a few things that I had proposed and wanted to do, and I think a couple of times she commented, "You want to do what?" But she always followed that up with, "I think we can do it. Let's give it a try," and we got it done. So thank you very much for helping me. So.
Thanks again. I want you to know Gary Snellings is sick as a dog over there. He wanted to come up and do this. It's the Heartwood District, but he can barely talk. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't go so far as to say I was sick as a dog, but I am not feeling well, thank you.
He skipped dinner. That'll tell you how sick he is. And this brings us to our presentations by the public. So if anyone wishes to address the board on an item that's not scheduled for public hearing, this is your opportunity to do so. You have 3 minutes at the podium, and after a couple of minutes, you'll get a yellow light which tells you you've got a minute left. And when you hit that red light, it's probably time for you to wrap up your comments. If you wouldn't mind directing your comments to the board, and just be respectful. And before I call people up, I have a couple cards that were people filled out. So I have Mr. Lonnell Jackson.
Yes.
Come on up.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. So since I have a short time, I actually sent an email, and it was inspired by you, Paul, and also you, Laura, as well. So, and I sent it to everyone on the board. So I'm just going to read that, which really summarizes why I'm here, okay? So what it says is, Ms. Sellers, Mr. Milday, and all the other board members, I salute you.
You have to state your name and address, even though I know it.
I do?
Yeah, that's part of the rules.
Yeah?
Yeah. Want me to do it for you?
No, that's okay.
All right.
That's okay. I can. Lonnell A. Jackson, 728 Hope Road, Stafford, Virginia, 22554, and I believe I'm in the
You're in my district.
Fantastic.
All right.
Great to meet you in person.
My pleasure.
May I continue? Fantastic. You review many items, and I understand in part the weight of what you do and accomplish. It is my hope that you take a fresh look at an intake of what I am sharing in the email and will share this evening in person. I'm here. I appreciate you taking the time to read the attached files. So, I was fortunate to serve a team of 11 citizen activist volunteers who regularly use the Mine Road lot and 610 commuter lots as drivers and riders. We created a Survey Monkey poll and asked nearly 1,000 riders in person or drivers of these lots to answer a 10-question survey. Nearly 300 people of the community did complete the survey. The data and survey summary are attached. Several months of work went into collecting this data, and as you can see, there are some definite trends. So I sent you the raw data, all right, and a summary of it as well. The following recommendations were derived from the survey. This data was shared and recommendations briefed to VDOT, Stafford, Fredericksburg, Rideshare, and other representatives in August of 2016, and I thank them for their time as well. Many would like to see a separate lot for van pools, particularly to move the vans out of the Mine Road lot behind the Wawa of 610, where there aren't a lot of parking spaces. Downtown commuters have no other option right now. Many folks pay $5 to $10 to park at the hotels, which is not subsidized by the government. It would be extremely helpful to have signs in both lots, as can be seen in other commuter lots, to include the Pentagon, numerous places in D.C. and Northern Virginia for return trips to Part South. This will help encourage slugging at the larger 610 lot behind McDonald's. Finally, it would be useful in the long run to either expand the Mine Road lot or have a separate lot for just the commuter vans, or space in the 610 lots designated for the vans. The last option would be the easiest in the short run. Each day, there are more people moving to Stafford County and more commuters coming to the lot. The Mine Road lot fills up by 6:15 a.m., and then there are no other options for downtown sluggers, where more than 1/3 of people in Stafford work. As a representative of the people from all your areas and many outside of Stafford who utilize the 2 commuter lots, I really look forward to working with each of you on these improvements. And thank you.
Thank you.
Is that how it works? You ask questions? We
stand by.
Uh-huh.
Next speaker card is John M. Brooks. State your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is John M. Brooks, 33 Ripley Road, Stafford, Virginia, 22556. So I am one of the 11 that joined in this effort to raise awareness of the Stafford commuter lot issue. And I just want to second the recommendations that were presented. From my perspective, I've been slugging to and from D.C. For the better part of 9 years now. And what I see is a trend, having taken train, van pools, buses. The commuter lot situation at the Mine Road lot is full by 6:15 on an average day. So by 6:30, there are no more parking spaces, to the point where there are still demand for driving into DC. However, the riders will have to either go to the 610 lot to park and then pay the $1 to the Fred bus to drive over to the lot to wait for people to show up to pick you up. Lately, we've been trying for the past year or so to develop more solutions to get more people over the other lot. And that's either by social media campaigns or email traffic. It's just a challenge to get word of mouth because people are kind of they do things that are creatures of habit. If we had signs over there at the other lot, I think that would help out a lot to align people to, hey, you can slug to DC from this area. Essentially, that's my remarks, and I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And the afternoon meeting, we agreed as a board, we voted to set up, we turned this over to Mrs. Sellers, and she's going to set up a community meeting within the next 2 weeks or so that fits into your members' or teammates' schedule. So stand by or stay tuned for more information on that. All right, that's it for my speaker cards. Would anyone from the audience like to come and address the board? Please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here for 2 reasons tonight. First of all, my name is Irma Clifton. I live at 100 Carter Street in beautiful downtown historic Falmouth. And I'm here tonight to ask you to support a request that has been made in the budget for a historic preservation officer to serve in the Office of Planning and Zoning for this county. I think it's something that's sorely needed. I have a deep and abiding interest in the history and preserving that history in Stafford County. And I think we need all the help that we can get, not only from individuals, but from professionals as well. And this will be a great step into toward getting some professional help for that office. Number 2, you can see I have white hair. I'm an elderly lady. And my hearing is not all that great. And I've made this request before, but as we go into this budget cycle, I would appreciate it if you all would consider getting closed captioning for your hearings in Stafford County. Hearing aids are great things, but they're not perfect. And I have to pick where I sit when I come to these meetings so that I can be under a speaker and hear at least most of what you say. But if you had closed captioning, I could actually read it as it goes across. So I would appreciate it if you would consider at least studying that and possibly getting a program that will the population in Stafford County is not getting any younger. And there's probably going to be other people like me that would like to participate in the political system and therefore will not be excluded if they can see what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to speak to the board? Please come up.
Good evening. I'm William Cobb from 25 Smith Lake Drive, Stafford, Virginia. I believe one of the agenda items tonight is pertaining to Moncure Elementary School and the height restriction. We have no concerns on that.
If you're going to speak to that item, you can.
No, it's not a concern on the height restriction. It is a concern, unrelated concern with Moncure Elementary School.
Okay.
And that is the current situation with the gravel road. I think you're probably all aware that all of that is a gravel road. We recently attended a meeting with the county and the Department of Transportation, received much inconsistent information on how that was going to be handled, but we were told that the entire road will not be paved. So while we all knew it was a gravel road, when we moved there and we're willing to put up with the dirt and the bumpiness of the road to have a little piece back there, we're now going to get the benefit of having all the traffic, but we're not going to get any benefit of a paved road. The paved road is going to end after the entrance of the school, but the entire length of Juggins will not be paved. They are not eliminating the sharp curve on Juggins Road, so immediately after making the sharp curve, you're going to be faced with a turn lane, which I do not believe is big enough based on the amount of traffic I've seen at the current Moncure and backups at other schools. So immediately after making a 90-degree turn, you're going to be faced with a turn lane and probably a backup of traffic. There's no plan for parking for school events. We all know that school parking lots are not big enough to handle open houses and things of that nature. The road will not be wide enough to park on the road, so I don't know where the cars are going to park. I have concerns that they're going to go to the unpaved portion of the road, park along that, making it impossible to get to our homes. The worst part of the road and the steepest part is not going to be paved, so all the drainage from the paved part is now going to run down to the gravel part and wash the road out even worse than it is now, which and many times is not wide enough for two cars to pass each other. And there's no plan for any type of turnaround. The answer we were given is that nobody is going to drive past the school, but I think a reasonable person is going to assume that a lot of people are going to drive past the entrance to the school, and they're going to have to turn around somewhere. The only place to turn around is our paved road, which is maintained privately by 4 homeowners. So I do have concerns that we are getting inconsistent information on when the road's going to be started. We've talked to different people. One person tells us the entire road will be paved, others tell us it's not, and we're not quite sure who to turn to actually get accurate information on how this situation is going to be handled.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the chambers like to address the board? Please come forward.
Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive Road. I agree with Irma Clifton. Last week, your sound wasn't working to begin with, the very first part. It was off. But that caption is a good idea, and I hope that you consider doing that. Now, we haven't gotten status on what's been happening on the petition of interest for a water line on Mount Olive Road. I called today and did find out that there is a meeting February 14th at, I believe it's 7 o'clock in conference room A, B, and C. Also, we'd like to know what the status is of the well monitoring for west of 95 in the Piedmont Plateau. Contrary to some statements that have been made, we have had water problems and low wells. Also, I don't know if any of you had gone down and were lobbying on HB 1460. This is on the well issue. It's in committee right now. The chair just called it. So we'll find out what happens there. But we would appreciate being kept apprised of what's going on. And we do appreciate also if you all would lobby with your representatives and others in the General Assembly. And then also what the status is, if there's any status at all, on cluster developments in non-USA. That means that are not programmed for water lines. There should be no clusters allowed in a non-USA. And that's about it. But, and then also there's a problem. Years ago, I did try and get the Fred system to do a quick run-through. There's a problem on 17 that motel workers are standing on the curb in between 17 and the parking lot. That's all they have, a little stand. There's no stand, it's just a sign. It's extremely dangerous. And they have to cross over those 5 lanes to get over to that. And I wish you would do, or prompt to have a survey on the bus system for that area. The closest stop is up at Geico. They have to walk. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Okay, I'm going to close the public speaking section of our agenda. And as I noted earlier, we are not going to discuss slug line signage now. We're going to wait till this community meeting is set up in the next 2 weeks. So we will go right to our public hearings. Item 22.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Christopher Rapp, Director of Public Works. Tonight we have a public hearing to consider the conveyance of a permanent utility easement to Dominion Virginia Power. Dominion Virginia Power has a strategic underground program which calls for converting overhead electric power lines to underground. The goal is to identify and relocate the most outage-prone lines. Tap lines, the overhead wires that go into neighborhoods, typically sustain the most damage during storms. Dominion Power has worked to determine which tap lines sustain the most damage. In order to put the lines underground, Dominion Virginia Power must acquire the easements from property owners. They've contacted the county for one property the county owns. It would be a 15-foot wide utility easement along Moorwood Drive. This road goes back to the water treatment plant. Again, they would be putting this line underground under the road using directional drilling. It would not damage the road, and the agreement would call for Dominion Power to make any repairs to the damage if they damage the road. The easement would allow for the installation, maintenance, and repair of the power line that they install. This is a vicinity map. You can see on the lower corner is I-95 and Centerport Parkway, and then you have Able Lake, and then you have the yellow star is the location of Moorwood Drive. This is a close-up view of the requested underground power easement. That's my presentation.
All right. Do we have any questions from the board? All right. Then I'll open the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the board on this topic?
Are you speaking of R-1710?
We are speaking of R-17-04. All right, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board, to the Hartwood District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of R-17-04.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Oh, I assume there's no discussion. Cast your votes. And tally your votes. And that passes unanimously. We'll move to item 22, which is utilities, authorized condemnation, and the exercise of the county's quick-take powers to acquire a permanent water, sanitary, sewer easement.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jason Towery, Director of Utilities. I'll be presenting on this topic tonight. In October of 2014, the board authorized the design and construction of the Truslow Road neighborhood sewer project. This includes an extension to 17 properties just west of 95 that have failing or septic systems that have either failed or are failing. In order to complete the project, a small piece of temporary and a small piece of permanent construction and water and sanitary sewer easement is required through tax map parcel 45110M, which is owned by Mr. Robert Gallahan. Mr. Gallahan was provided an offer of $500 for the easement based on the county's 2016 tax assessed land value. Staff has made repeated attempts to contact Mr. Gallahan, but we have not had any response or a counter offer. One point of clarification, in May of last year, we did have some initial contact with Mr. Gallahan where he requested a couple of specific items on an adjacent parcel that he was interested in purchasing. Staff did work with him to address all those items, but we have been unable to contact him since that time. There will be minimal disturbance to the entrance on his specific parcel, and of course, it'll be returned to original condition once everything's finished. This map right here shows approximately the area of the easement. In red, the purple line represents, the magenta line represents the proposed sewer alignment, and the purple properties represent the interested parties who have signed up. As you can see, the piece of easement is towards the end, but it is required to sewer the last 7 properties on this particular project. In order to move this forward, staff does recommend approval of the proposed resolution R17-19, which authorizes the condemnation and use of the quick take powers. Staff will continue, of course, to pursue negotiations in an attempt to reach the settlement with Mr. Gallahan. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Mrs. Maurer?
So are they contributing to providing them sewer service? I think this was before my time. Can you give me a little background on that?
Sure. So there was a petition that came before the Utilities Department back in, I believe it was 2013, 2014, and it was brought before the board to go ahead and authorize the extension of sewer services to these properties that have the failing septic fields. Mr. Gallahan's parcel in particular has not shown any specific interest, but his parcel is required, the easement on his parcel is required.
But are these residents contributing to extending this sewer service?
Yes, there are certain fees that are required for the extension.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, at this time, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone that would like to address the board, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Robert Marshall. I live at 623 Truslow Road, Falmouth, Virginia, 22406. This piece of property is a vacant piece of property, all right? There is no house on it. No damage will be actually done to the property. It's out on the road next to a power line easement. It's right in the easement. So it's not going to hurt or, for adverse condemnation, Mr. Gallahan's property. If anything, it's going to increase the value of it because right now, by tax records, it's only appraised at $2,000. So the lots in that area are listed for $70,000, and I'm going that by mine because mine's appraised at $70,000. So it's not like he's not going to get something in return for this piece of property. But right now, it is holding up a whole lot of people trying to get sewer. This has been going on for about 7 or 8 months now. In the county, Claudia Wright has done everything that I know of that she can do to help Mr. Gallahan. He was trying to do a subdivision in the back of the property. And I have absolutely no nothing against him building a subdivision there. You know, maybe some of the others do, but I don't. But I think it's been long enough time, and we need a sewer. I know for a fact that I had to pump mine yesterday, septic tank, because every time it does a heavy rain, I don't have any sewage. And I would really appreciate you all looking at this to solve this problem for us. Like I said, I'm not the only one, but there's, plenty of people there that need it, the help.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Would anyone else like to address the board on this issue? Then I'll close the public hearing, and I'll bring it back. But before, just so happens, Rob Gallahan has served on several board committees over the years. I know him, so I called him. And he acts like he's still in the middle of negotiations and hadn't heard from anyone. So you can do what you want with it, but it sounds to me from talking to him that he wants to continue the conversation. Now, we've run low on time. I don't know what the time constraints are, but I'm just giving that bit of information. I don't know how we've been trying to contact him, but I called him on his cell phone.
That doesn't, if we can do the quick take, it doesn't mean it ends negotiations,
Of
right,
course not.
Charlie?
No. Mhm.
Yeah.
Sometimes just letting you know what I know. I didn't know if we had a couple of weeks or what the timeline was on this.
All the other easements have been acquired. The plans are ready to go. We're looking to go ahead and move forward with bidding. We've made repeated phone calls and attempts to reach out to him, and we've sent, I think, five letters to his residency, and I'm not sure, but.
Perfect. Okay. What is the will of the board or the Falmouth District Supervisor?
I recommend approval of R17-19.
Second.
I've personally actually reached out to Mr. Gallahan myself 2 times with no return phone calls. And I did validate that I was calling the correct number. So I feel like the people in this area have, I'm excited that you're being a part of this neighborhood subdivision. You've done everything that you need to do, and I think that we need to move forward on behalf of you all at this point in time.
I have a motion and a second. More discussion?
Yes, Mr. Gallahan is an experienced developer. He understands the game that's being played here, and I'm terribly sorry on your behalf. And so I'm going to support this motion because this is unfortunate.
Any other comments? All right, please cast your votes. Tally the votes. All right, that passes unanimously. And we will move on to item 24, Planning and Zoning. Consider a conditional use permit to exceed maximum height limitations at the new rebuild Annie Moncure Elementary School on Juggins Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jeff Harvey, the Director of Planning and Zoning. As the Chairman basically summarized the issue we have before us tonight, which is a conditional use permit for dealing with the architectural design of a proposed school. The issue is not whether the school should be located here, though that's been some of the discussion, debate during some of the public hearings. We're more focused on how tall the building's actually going to be and appear from the public street. If I can have the computer, please. The request is to exceed the maximum height in the A1 agricultural zoning district from 35 feet to 38 feet 8 inches. And that's based on proposed architectural designs for the new elementary school. There are 4 properties involved, which will eventually be consolidated to form the school site, which will ultimately be a little over 24 acres. Currently, the property is owned by the county, and the school board is the applicant. This is the location map which shows the comprehensive plan in the area. The county specifically went and designated this property to be in the urban services area, contemplating it being used for a school site. The surrounding area is a combination urban services area in yellow and agricultural and rural areas in the green. This is an aerial photo that shows the existing conditions. It's a completely wooded site. The property is bounded almost on 3 sides by Juggins Road, which is in this general location here. And Juggins Road also continues on in a northerly direction.
Please.
This is a street view looking west. This is taken in the middle of the street, generally right near the adjacent property owner's property. As you may have noticed on the previous slide, they have an open field. So we were standing right by the open field taking the picture. This shows the transition area between what's been paved and what's gravel. The current location where the school is going to be built is on the gravel portion of the road. The county is working with VDOT on a road project to widen that to a modern 2-lane section and have it paved. There was some discussion about the extent of the paving. That's something the Public Works Department's working out with VDOT on all the specific design criteria. This is the general development plan for the proposed site. We have the school generally located in the middle part of the property. So,
Yes.
Just going back to the road, Juggins Road, it's always been the plan to pave to the end of Juggins Road past the entrance to the school. So I talked to Chris today about that, and he said, well, now that's dependent upon, some money issues with VDOT, but that has never been conveyed that way to me or to the residents who live on Smith Lake Road right there. So I'm hoping we can continue the course that we've set here and pave to the end of Juggins Road, which is not that much farther past the entrance to the school.
yes, sir. I understand that's still something that's being worked out with Public Works and VDOT as far as funding and what can be constructed within that funding. I think that's probably decisions that have yet to be determined. And if I recall correctly, there was an item on the agenda today earlier talking about revenue sharing, which may help in that regard. Again, this is the general development plan. The proposed school site would be located in the middle of the property. Roughly speaking, the school will be set back several hundred feet from the roadway. So that will help with some of the visual effects of the size and scale of the school relative to the nearby properties. As you can infer by the aerial photo, and I'll highlight a little bit more here, there are a number of existing properties, some large lot rural properties immediately to the north and east. We also have a significant neighborhood, Perry Farm neighborhood in this location, where there's smaller lots, but all single-family homes immediately to the south and slightly west. There's also some other large lot development in nearby areas. So there are some homes that will be in the immediate vicinity, but the general development plan also identifies limits of clearing, and you can kind of see some tree lines here, and those tree lines are proposed to remain intact. And in fact, there are development conditions that speak to the limitation on the land disturbance, especially in the this area and this area of the project.
Yes.
So looking at this map, this is the first time I've seen the GDP stuff or in this setting that I can remember. All these houses, these are going to be in a walking area. How are these kids going to walk to school through the back here? Are we going to put a trail in? Or
I just want to remind the board, I think we're voting on is the height.
Are we going to have a chance to discuss that at a different time?
That I don't know. We can make sure we do, if you'd like.
Well, I would like to at least make sure we're, because they have to walk to school. It's in the school board. Well, they'll probably walk to school based on the school board. So that's just something
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That's entirely up to the school board, not up to us.
All right, so continue.
So retention of the existing vegetation will help soften the effect of the height and the massing of the school. As you can see on the layout, there are typical features that you find with a school. We have a bus loop immediately to the south, closer to the main part of Juggins Road and the first entrance you see. The entrance that would probably be associated with visitors as well as people dropping off and picking up children is in the further entrance near the main parking lot. There is service area in the back of the school with the turnaround, so most of your bigger vehicles will be entering and exiting from the first entrance rather than the second entrance. There would be some athletic fields and things of that nature you normally see with our typical elementary schools. These are the proposed elevations for the school site and the school building itself. This first elevation would be the front elevation. It's facing west. So in that case, you're going to see a two-story building We measure by our zoning ordinance building height at the front of the building facing the street. So it would be that elevation which is determining the building height. So the building height would be measured halfway up the roof line. That's where we determine building height. So they're exceeding it in their current plans by a little over 3 feet, close to 4 feet.
We determine building height, not by the actual building height, but by a midway point in a pitched roof?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So it'd be basically at ground level and also midway up the roof line. Now, when you look at other aspects of the elevations from the side and rear views, it's going to have an appearance to be a 3-story building, and will be actually higher than it will be from the front view because of the way the land slopes off to the north and west. These are some more elevations of give you an idea of the size and massing of the school building in relation to the parking lots. This image down here gives you an idea of the view in which you're looking at on the angle of the school. And in the Board of Supervisors report, there's elevations from all 4 angles of view on the site. And this is another view. It specifically shows the view from the back of the buildings to the biggest, deepest buffer area, and you can kind of see the scale of being 3 stories here compared to the 2 stories in the front.
Beautiful.
The proposed conditions would limit the height to 40 feet. That was a discussion at the Planning Commission level. They were concerned about cutting it really close with 38 feet 8 inches, so they suggested 40 feet for the condition in case there are some variation in elevation when the actual construction starts. The conditions also stipulating that the school needs to be in a general location shown on the GDP. That's intended to keep the school in the middle of the property and help, again, with the visual effects of the school. Retaining the 100-foot natural buffer to the north and east, that would help some of the adjacent properties, and suggestions of using dark sky lighting so the building itself won't be lit up necessarily and have some impacts. The fire marshal's office recommended, due to the height of the building, especially in the back, that there be NFPA standpipes used for safety purposes. As I mentioned earlier, the comprehensive plan recommends suburban use for the property. A school is totally appropriate as recommended in the comprehensive plan. It's a community serving service and supports the nearby vicinity. Of note, this is in area 2.3 of the Quantico noise compatibility zone information we have. It's in a 3-mile radius of the active ranges. In this general recommendation pursuant to our joint land use study with Quantico, it suggests that these areas have moderate chances of having negative impacts due to noise. Some of the recommendations could be to consider having noise attenuation in the buildings. The school board staff is currently in the design of the building and will be looking at that to see if they feel it's necessary. At this point in time, Quantico has not said they have any concerns with the proposed location of the school. With regard to the overall evaluation, staff believes there are a number of positives. We feel that the school is a community asset and it will be consistent with the established pattern of development. The additional height of the building should not have any negative effects in nearby community. The conditions potentially can mitigate the visual impacts of the additional height. And we believe the overall proposal conforms with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan recommends for suburban areas of buildings not exceed 3 stories. Again, this proposed building elevation meets that requirement. And there would be, and from a negative standpoint, there might be some additional visual effect of the additional footage, but it may be minimal. In summary, staff recommends approval of Resolution R17-07 with the conditions, and the Planning Commission is supporting the application as well.
Great. Any questions? All right. Oh, Mr. Smith?
Oh, yeah. Mike Smith, Deputy County Administrator. Just wanted to clarify one thing about the road. The revenue sharing project that we'll be sharing with the school funding will take it to the second entrance. We do have in our secondary 6-year plan monies to complete that roadway. We're not 100% sure right now because we haven't done the design or an estimate of if the money is enough to finish that. However, we can always adjust our secondary six-year plan with VDOT as we go through the process if needed, once we get that design. So that the board can choose to adjust the secondary six-year plan so we do have enough money to get that completed.
Okay, that's a little different from what I had understood before. I was always told we were going to pave to the end of Juggins Road.
Right, that's the plan through the secondary six-year plan, but not as a part of the school project. But we're going to try to merge them together. We just
Understand
want-
that,
Okay.
that this is separate from the school plan. And
Right.
and that's why the people who were here were talking to the schools, and the schools are only cared about paving to the school
Correct.
entrance.
But we are
So I
working
just want to
through
make
that.
sure that we
Yes.
stay true to our word on this.
Yes.
And not, okay.
Maybe that can be an item on the joint school board, Board of Supervisors agenda. All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the board on this topic? All right, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the Widewater District.
I'd like to move for R17-07.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And tally the votes. And the motion passes unanimously. And that brings us to items 25 and 26. Are we going to do them one at a time?
I'd recommend you have a joint public hearing and then vote separately.
Then we will have a joint public hearing on planning and zoning. Consider a rezoning request for the proposed Winding Creek development, tax map parcel 29-4. And item 26, which is planning and zoning, consider a conditional use permit for the proposed Winding Creek development, tax map parcel 29-4. Kathy.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kathy Baker with the Department of Planning and Zoning. And this application, two applications, rezoning and conditional use permit for Winding Creek. The reclassification request is to rezone from A1 agricultural to R1 suburban residential for about 61 acres. The conditional use permit is to allow a cluster subdivision with an increase in density as permitted in our zoning ordinance. And Mr. Charles Payne is here to represent the applicant this evening. As you recall, in 2014 and 15, there were similar applications that went through to public hearing all the way through the board level. The board did deny the application. The primary reason was due to concerns of residents in the adjoining Autumn Ridge development regarding a street connection on what's called Fireberry Boulevard. The application has since been revised to remove one parcel from the application, which removes that requirement for connection to Fireberry. And you'll see all of the differences spelled out within attachment 5. And I'll show you on the overhead. This is the aerial view of the property highlighted in yellow. And you can see Winding Creek Road and Embry Mill are in this location, and Embry Mill to the south. And Winding Creek Road does divide the property. And to the left is the Berkshire subdivision, and to the right-hand side of the screen is Autumn Ridge development. And you can see the property is primarily wooded, and there's an existing residential structure on the site. Austin Run does cross the property at the very top corner, northern point, and there's a Dominion Power easement to the southern portion of the property. As you can see, the rectangular piece of property was the original almost 2-acre parcel that was included in that original application, and then Fireberry Boulevard in this location would have had to connect to that piece, but by removal of that property, there's no longer a VDOT requirement to make that connection to the streets within the subject property. This is just a zoning map showing the light green is A1 agricultural, and the yellow properties are R1 suburban residential. We do have some A2 rural residential and PD1 planned district to the north of the property. And this is the land use designation, which is suburban for the entire area. This is just an aerial view looking northeast from the intersection of Winding Creek Road and Embry Mill Road, and that's the existing structure to the left. This is a view from Winding Creek Road looking north, and the property is located on both sides of the road in this location. This is the proposed generalized development plan, and this is Winding Creek Road in this location and Embry Mill. The property would have 2 access points to Winding Creek Road. There would be an additional future interparcel connection to property in the vicinity of Wet Rock Lane. That would be, if that property would ever develop, then there would be potential for connection. There are, I want to say about 34 acres that will be retained in open space. This area is in the power easement, which would be within open space area. You have some areas that are going to protect critical resource protection areas that will be retained in the open space. Within the open space, you'll also have a tot lot proposed in this location and a picnic and pavilion area here. And then on the north side of the road is about a 10-acre parcel that will be retained in open space. It would either have a conservation easement or it could be retained by the homeowners association to be retained in preservation, or it could be conveyed to the county, which from discussions with Parks and Rec, typically they would not accept this size of a parcel for maintenance purposes or for maintenance concerns. These are the architectural renderings that were submitted with the application, showing the general design and construction materials and other elements of the proposed homes. With regard to transportation improvements, Winding Creek Road is proposed to have dedication along the entire frontage of 60 feet, and that's to accommodate any future upgrades. The comprehensive plan does call for an urban 2-lane upgrade, which would entail 11-foot travel lanes in addition to 5 or 6-foot shoulders with sidewalk on one side of the street. The applicant isn't proposing any of those upgrades at this time. They are dedicating the right-of-way, which would accommodate that in the future. There would be a right turn lane into that first entrance. There would also be dedication along this area in the future if Embry Mill Road were ever to be straightened to get rid of this curve that you see here. There's an additional improvement that's off-site, up about in this location. There's an existing curve, it's a blind curve because it does have a hill and a rock along the side. So there's an off-site improvements which would grade back that hillside and allow for better visual sight distance throughout that curve. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. This is that area of the curve. It's about, I said, 500 feet north of the actual property. And this is what it looks like now. The applicant had presented these conceptual drawings showing the before, and this is what they intend to do after by clearing the vegetation and grading it to allow for sight distance to continue all the way through that curve. There are off-site easements required to grade on property. That's the Berkshire neighborhood, so there's actual open space owned by the homeowners association, and then there's a second parcel that it's now been determined it's not necessary to have an easement on there. There is the option if they need to use that area for construction of a retaining wall. This is one additional off-site transportation improvement at the intersection of Northampton Boulevard and Eustis Road. A right turn lane onto Eustis Road would be provided, and that would just help with queuing at that intersection and let additional traffic go through at a quicker pace. With regard to schools, the proposed development would generate 64 students, and this is versus 13 students, which would be permitted today if it were developed in the A1 zone. The schools in the area include Winding Creek Elementary, Rodney Thompson Middle School, and Colonial Forge High School. The applicant is proposing a cash proffer of over $16,000 per unit to go towards schools. A fiscal impact analysis was submitted with the application. It was determined by that analysis a net fiscal benefit of approximately $357,000 annually, and this weighs out your different taxes and such on the property against the services that are provided. There were some alternate scenarios presented in the analysis, and they based on different student generation rates. So it did range between $244,000 to $546,000 at the higher end. Just to summarize all of the proffers, I will note that the application was submitted prior to July 1st, which was our cutoff for projects to fall under the old state proffer legislation versus the new, which now restricts cash proffer contributions. So the applicant is proposing to develop in general accordance with the generalized development plan. They would commit to those architectural designs that you saw. They would commit to the right-of-way dedication along Winding Creek and Embry Mill Road. They would offer fire sprinkle systems as a purchase option within the homes, and provide additional plant materials and notification signage on properties that contain RPA, and also provide a Phase 1 cultural resource study and a follow-up Phase 2 if warranted during that Phase 1. Also proffering the right turn lane at Eustis and Northampton, and the right turn lane at the main entrance, the clearing and the grading of the curve and the hill at Winding Creek Road, the sidewalk to Winding Creek Road from the interior of the development, and then a crosswalk connecting the east and the west sides, subject to VDOT approval. Also proffering to dedicate the 10.3 acres of the open space on the opposite side of the road. Total is in cash proffers would be approximately $22,000 per unit. There are some additional covenants and restrictions that would be written with regard to things such as notification to the property owners living next to the Dominion Power easement. And also the maximum of 97 homes would be proffered, then additional buffering and landscaping, as well as the tot lot and the picnic pavilion area. Since the Planning Commission's approval, there was a community meeting held with Berkshire residents, and Mrs. Maurer, Supervisor Maurer, had attended that and hosted that meeting. And since that meeting, the applicant has revised some proffers to deal with some of the issues raised there. Primarily, the proffers were revised to obtain easements for those off-site improvements at the curve, the proposed curve improvements, and then relieve any of the third-party property owners from liability or obligation for either construction or maintenance. Also require the off-site transportation improvements there to be completed by the applicant prior to the 21st occupancy permit. 20 lots is what would be allowed by right, so that's why they chose the 21st occupancy permit, because that would be over and above what would be allowed by right. In your package tonight, you've received an additional page to the generalized development plan that actually shows two alternatives for construction on those off-site properties that I mentioned. If you look at the schematic on the top screen, with the original GDP, we had the impacts to the Berkshire Homeowners Association property in this location, and then also on an adjacent property owned by another property owner. And right now, the Berkshire Homeowners Association has actually signed a deed of easement to allow that construction on that open space parcel. They have not received yet any signatures for the other deed of easement, so as an option, the page that you've received in your package shows that the construction and the impact is only on the HOA property. So this parcel would not require to have an easement on it. So
1 second, Kath.
I'm sorry.
Is there still a requirement for a 14-foot retaining wall?
I'm not sure it specifies the exact height of the retaining wall. There is proposed a retaining wall, and what they would do is actually when they do the final design of those plans, that would determine the height, the grading, and the impact. But they, with the deed of easement, they have designated the amount of area that they would utilize.
Okay.
So as it stands right now, the proffers that you see, it was actually shown as alternate 6B in your original mail out. Tonight you have at your desk the signed proffers, which are the January 12th version, which takes all of these issues into consideration and guarantees that the applicant would make these improvements at the curve, and there would be no responsibility or liability for these off-site property owners.
Yes, please.
So if now you said the applicant won't have liability for the offsite or maintenance of the offsite?
The homeowners. Or
the homeowners.
The
Homeowners
HOA, the homeowners association.
So who will have responsibility?
That would be determined at the time. could potentially be the county, or it could be VDOT. And I understand the applicant has had more conversations with VDOT. I have not specifically, so don't know at this time. But it's something the board would either have to authorize if the county were to maintain it, or if the VDOT were to maintain it, there would have to be an agreement.
Okay, so
Made
if
there.
you don't mind, Mr. Smith has additional information on this topic. This is really, this retaining wall
Do
is
you want him to do it,
critically
you want him to do it
important.
now, or you want him to finish? It's up to you.
We can wait. Thank you.
That's actually it for the actual rezoning. The CUP is fairly quick. To summarize that, the R1 zoning, if this property were just to be rezoned to R1, without this conditional use permit, you could have 91 residential lots at 1.5 units per acre. The conditional use permit could allow up to 137 lots, which is allowed at a density of 2.25 units per acre. But this proposal is for 97 lots, or 1.5 units per acre. So technically an increase of 6 lots over what would be permitted by right in the R1 zoning. So the proffers really cover all of the issues, so there are only a couple of additional conditions that have been imposed, and that is limiting the 97 units and then having that purchase option for the fire sprinkler systems. So some of the positives with this application: it is consistent with the established development pattern. It does meet the intent of the comprehensive plan. There are the dedication of right-of-way would accommodate planned transportation improvements in the future, and the proposed improvements along Winding Creek Road, as well as the Northampton Boulevard, would also improve safety.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one? And remove the connection to Fireberry Boulevard.
Which is impossible without the lot. Mhm.
And we do find the monetary proffers were below the original amount from those December 2015 proffer guidelines at about $47,000 per unit. But there are other off-site improvements that they are proffering. And then also not upgrading the Winding Creek Road to that urban two-lane major local standard. Staff is supportive of the application with the
1 second,
proffers dated tonight. I'm
What do
sorry.
you mean by not upgrading Winding Creek Road to the urban two-lane standard? What is the, I guess, what is the net effect on safety?
The net effect is you're having wider travel lanes. I believe they're 10-foot now, and they would be 11-foot is what's called for under the comprehensive plan. Also, shoulders would be 6 feet wide, unless on the side that you were to have a sidewalk, it would be a 5-foot shoulder, and then a 5-foot sidewalk. So the safety improvements are basically the widening of the lanes and the shoulder improvements.
So the safety improvements would be the widening of the lanes and the shoulder. They are doing shoulder improvements.
No, all they're doing is the dedication. They are doing a turn lane into their entrance, but they're not actually doing any widening along Winding Creek Road. That's something that's spelled out in the comprehensive plan, but it's not in the capital improvement plans at this time. There's no mention of it in the county's CIP.
Okay, so Winding Creek Road, over the last 6 years, has averaged about 23.8 accidents per year. And that's the whole, and this, I believe, was in, I think, the traffic impact study. That particular section is averaging, I don't know, I think it's a little more than 4 accidents per year. Will we be able to reduce some of this accident? I mean, will it improve that road enough to, I guess my question is it a measurable improvement of the road, what we're doing?
I don't think I can answer that question. If you look, we did, I'm trying to remember if had a traffic report that was generated by the sheriff's office. And
An accident report, yeah.
An accident report. And most of those accidents are going to be at your intersections. And if I recall, it was primarily at the intersections. There were some that weren't, but, and I could get you more detail on that if that wasn't included in the package, but.
Well, I mean, so I've got an average of 4.7 accidents per year on Winding Creek Road between Embry Mill and Flatford Walpole. That's just that section where that neighborhood is going to be. Is that a high number of accidents per year, or, and is there going to be a measurable improvement I
Again,
guess you
I'd have
can't-
to defer
Okay.
to either the sheriff's department or VDOT on that. I can't tell you
Mr.
that.
Snellings?
Yeah, real quick, Kathy. Our R1 allows for 91 homes, correct?
It would, yes.
But the CUP would give them up to 97.
It could give them up to 137, but they are limiting it to 97.
Is that normal practice? Have we do that in the past? I don't recall it. I mean, it may have, but.
Normal practice to limit the numbers?
No. Normal practice to go beyond the zoning limits. In other words, it's zoned for 91, you're going to do a conditional use permit to allow them to go up to 97.
Right. Our ordinance was changed to allow the cluster development and to allow for an increase in density for a cluster development going through this process.
But it still has to go through the CUP.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And this, we are doing a joint hearing right now on the CUP and the rezoning.
Mr. Mayor.
Bob
And
Thompson.
right after we passed that, we did pass an R1 cluster bonus. We called it cluster bonus in my district. So we did do that once.
Yep. And we did one, of course, in Courthouse Manor in the Quiet District. Please.
I think that's everything. From my standpoint, the Planning Commission did recommend approval 4-2 at their October meeting. So,
Before I call up Mike Smith, any questions of Kathy? All right, Mike Smith.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Mike Smith. How can I assist?
So one of the biggest concerns with the retaining wall that would be left after the results of these improvements is who's going to maintain it. And the applicant has stated in their proffers that, well, actually, the applicant shall not be required after the final construction of the improvements to continue to maintain or repair. In the easement agreement, they said that the homeowners association won't be required to maintain it. And they actually told the homeowners that, oh, VDOT will be required to maintain it in our meeting, and I called them out on that. But then they said, well, the county is going to maintain this wall. So what I would like you to do is illuminate this board on, number one, who's going to be responsible for the wall, and what happens if VDOT nor the county, and the requirements for the county to take over maintenance of this wall, and then who's going to be left holding the bag.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and read the section of the proffer. It says, for purposes of this section, 4C3 proffer, the applicant has obtained or will soon obtain necessary third-party easements to construct the improvements, and pursuant to said easements, agrees to be solely responsible for the cost to construct, maintain, and repair said improvements, except the applicant shall not be required after the final construction if the county or VDOT takes it over. And then it says, if they don't do this, if they fail to do so, then up to $100,000 of the cash transportation proffers described under section 6C, which is the $2,297 per unit, can be used to maintain it. So it's kind of they're saying they'll be responsible unless VDOT or Stafford takes it over, and then if they're not responsible, we gave you transportation money to take care of it anyway.
And who is the applicant?
The applicant would be the applicant.
Name?
I'm not sure. Winding Creek
LLC. Okay.
So if VDOT or Stafford takes it over, they say then they're not responsible, but the sentence before that says they are solely responsible.
Okay, and let's just say this developer, because they're all stable, upstanding businesses, goes defunct, then who maintains the wall?
Then according to this proffer, there's $100,000 that
An
we were given
additional
in-
set-aside that's going to
that we were given
be,
in transportation proffers that we could use to maintain it. So the county would basically have those funds to maintain it.
okay. Should the county choose to maintain the wall?
Exactly.
But is the county obligated to maintain the wall with that $100,000?
If you accept these proffers, it just says that it's there and available, but it's not obligated, I wouldn't say. But that would be a question for the county attorney.
Mr. Attorney.
That's true. You go into this scenario of what happens, and eventually you get down to VDOT and the county not wanting to step forward and maintain, okay? They've put $100,000, or willingness to put $100,000 up there. If they are bankrupt, don't have any money, of course you've got a problem. But if they still do, or any variation of that, you still may not want to accept that. You have to accept that obligation. They can't force that obligation of maintenance on this county unless you allow it to happen.
So through this process, We are not obligating the county to maintain that wall.
The way I listen to the proffers, you have no obligation unless you move forward in conformance with those proffers by either when VDOT doesn't step forward, the county does step forward and maintains it, and how much that's going to cost over the life of that, I don't know. Or that phase having gone by, then you go into the $100,000 mode, okay, if you want to. And I don't think, Mike, I misunderstood that. Is that correct? That $100,000 is not an obligation on the county. It's only if we choose to accept the $100,000 that they make available.
Well, the transportation proffers are being made available, and they're saying that if the developer, or if the applicant fails to maintain it,
right,
that they believe that $100,000 is there for that maintenance.
When do we get the money?
I assume it would be up
Don't
front.
assume. Tell me when you get the money. Do you get the money in hand so we know we have the money and we don't have to worry
As
about
a part of the
collecting the money?
transportation proffer, yes.
So-
However, it says in this proffer that the applicant is solely responsible for the maintenance unless VDOT or Stafford takes it.
Right, I understand that,
And then
okay?
it's got that second part.
Okay. So they say they will unless, and then you go on to talk about the $100,000.
It says, unless improvements are dedicated to the county or VDOT, notwithstanding anything contrary under this proffer statement, in the event the applicant has not decided the improvement, has not dedicated the improvements or maintained them, then the county could move forward and do it. Either if it hasn't been constructed at all, or if the maintenance hasn't been done.
When does the county have the $100,000 in hand?
You would have to ask the applicant, I'm not 100% sure.
So we don't, the proffers do not delineate when you get the money in hand. Someone has to answer that question to my satisfaction at least.
That'll be up front. Yeah, they'll be paid at occupancy permit.
At occupancy?
Yes.
Okay. And what number of units?
I think it's per unit.
Per unit? You collect it per unit when you get up to the, what are we doing now, 97? Is that where we're going to go with this?
It starts with the first.
Okay, and you're going to be collecting it
They
incrementally?
have to build that by the 21st, so before you could get to the 22nd, they would have to either build that,
Okay.
or they couldn't go first.
So you'll have your $100,000 by that time?
Right.
Okay.
I don't want to further complicate this, but I think when I read this board package, it mentions that they have to pay impact fees up to $3,000 a unit, and they can mitigate their transportation proffers towards those. Did I read that correctly?
Proffers and transportation impact fees.
I know how they work, but
Yeah.
if they can get a reduction in their, impact fee money, I think that's when, I guess, do they pay the proffers first, if anything's left over, then they pay an impact fee?
Yes.
Okay, then we're safe.
Okay, one more question. Sorry. 10 years from now, which is when retaining walls start to, there's debate, but this community has a retaining wall. It's a 10-year-old community. The community just raised its dues in order to pay for a retaining wall that everybody said would last in perpetuity. That is why I'm concerned about this retaining wall. 10 years from now, none of us are on this board. Assuming none of us are on this board, and the retaining wall now requires maintenance. And the applicant has moved on because these LLCs are typically, they are known to be one development LLCs. So the applicant has moved on. The VDOT nor the county has taken over the maintenance of this wall. Do they have to come back and ask a whole new set of supervisors to fund the maintenance of this wall, in which somebody's got to remember that?
According to the proffers, the LLC is responsible for the maintenance. If they're not there, then you would not have anybody responsible.
Okay, so if the LLC is no longer there, we would not have anybody responsible. All right, that is concerning.
You can make it part of the HOA's.
What HOA is going to care about a wall across the street in the woods?
Oh, I just think that since the subdivider owns the HOA in the beginning, they can make it, they could incorporate it into their responsibilities. I'm not saying I want them to or don't want them to.
It's not now I'm concerned about. It's 10, 20 years from now that I'm concerned about.
HOAs take care of cemeteries that weren't theirs, all kinds of things like that. But anyway, let's move on. Any more questions of Mike Smith?
No, I'm good.
Okay, anyone else have any questions of Mike? All right, then we are going to open the public hearing on this item. And before we jump up, huh? Oh, the applicant gets a chance to respond, and then I get to open the public hearing. So I need every applicant to come up, please. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Charlie Payne, law firm Hersher Fleischer. We represent the applicant. The applicant, Representative Frank Lockman, is here, as well as Mark King with Bowman Consulting, who's our engineer. So if I can answer a question, hopefully they can. Happy New Year. Appreciate your time this evening. It's always good to be in Stafford County. Lots of questions that came up after the staff presentation, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your presentation. You covered a lot of bases. The history of this project, I'm sure you're all very familiar with. This has been 3 years in the making from our end, obviously. 2015, this project was turned down by this board, mainly for the reasons that staff has stated in their report, was the connection of Fireberry Boulevard. We went back to the drawing board, if you will, after that decision, revised our GDP to ensure that Fireberry Boulevard would never be connected to this site. We had several meetings with the community at Autumn Ridge. We came to this board requesting a waiver to allow us to reapply within the 12-month period, which is typically the limitation for reapplications after a denial. This board approved that waiver request. As part of that request, we promised that we would file prior to July 1. We satisfied that obligation as well. And then, obviously, we resubmitted our application, which included, obviously, the 1.2 plus acres that created the need to connect to Fireberry Boulevard. And then, of course, went to the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission, as you heard from staff, approved it 4-2. Then thereafter, we had 2 meetings with the Berkshire HOA regarding this project. There was I believe, a issue regarding notice to them from the county, not from us. Obviously, the county provided some notice, as the wrong HOA was designated for the notice. So, after the Planning Commission meeting, we went and met with them and listened to their concerns, which led, obviously, to the proffers, many of the recent proffers that you have here before you this evening. So in that regard, and it had a PowerPoint, but I don't think there's any need to go to it. I think a lot of this has been covered. So I'll explain some of the issues that have come up in the genesis of how we got to the improvements on Winding Creek roads, which seem to be a lot of the focus here this evening. We got there from the concerns from folks in the first public hearing process about the dangerous curve, if you will, 600 or 500 or so feet north of our site. So it's not on our site, it's off-site, which addresses Mr. Milday's question about off-site improvements do qualify for credits from impact fees. We did perform a TIA, which is required by the county, because we went over 1,000 trips from our site daily. That TIA concluded, and there was no disagreement from staff or any disagreement from VDOT, that we didn't have to make any off-site improvements. Of course, you make your typical entrance improvements to the site, which only require a taper, but we've got a taper and a turn lane into the site. Now, staff had recommended that we build a 2-lane collector road along our area of the property, not the entire road, just our area, which seemed to make little sense to us because, as Ms. Maurer just stated, there's very few accidents that have occurred along our strip, which is a fairly straight strip. And that road for future construction hasn't been designed. It's not even the county's 10-year plan, I don't believe. So it would make little sense to build this collector road in front of our property on Winding Creek that would have to be perhaps deconstructed, if you will, and redesigned. So our focus was listening to the community. What is the most important part, well, the biggest concern on that segment? And it was that curve. So that was one of them. And then, of course, staff had also noted that the intersection at Eustis and Northampton were an issue. So we in that level of service, prior to our proposed improvements was E. With our proposed improvements goes to a C, which is very consistent with your comp plan and a positive community improvement. The level of services on our strip stay A or B. That's excellent in this county. And then to the other question about the accidents that are occurring on Winding Creek, many of them are occurring at the intersections, 630 and Winding Creek being one of them, which, as you know, is going to be improved, and Ramlet Church is going to be lined up with Winding Creek, and a light's going to be there. So that should address a lot of those issues. So the genesis of that was for us to take a look at what it would take to improve that sight line, which we did. if we made the improvements, or if VDOT makes the improvements in the future, it's the same engineering. It's the same plan likely, because there's no other way to straighten it out than to do what we've proposed. So, what we have proposed to do was to create a 400-foot sightline improvement, which staff had showed you the before and after, which improves that area extensively, and we think a benefit to the community. So that was the plan. It did require us to obtain off-site easements in order to do that. What we put in the proffer statement is, if we're able to obtain those, we're in the process of will or soon will obtain them, we will make the improvements, and by the way, until we make the improvements, we're not going to construct more than 20 units. So we've capped at what we could do by right, because we're committed to make those improvements, and we're committed to work with the property owners to make those improvements. So we have addressed, in our opinion, the major concerns from the leadership in the Rock Hill District in that regard, and also the community citizens, the citizens from that community who raised those issues at 2 HOA meetings. In fact, in 2 years, I think we've had 3 meetings with them. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that. In regards to the other proffers, I think it's important to note that we're also proffering close to $17,000 per unit for schools. Although we have lower cash proffers in regards to the guidelines, if you take into account the in-kind improvements we're making, which are close to $900,000, the overall package in this per unit for this project is close to $40,000. So the off-site improvements are real. We put together that calculation with an engineer's estimate, which was reviewed by staff, so this is just not something that was made up by us. And we have stated that we're going to make those improvements sooner rather than later. So it's not going to extend to the full build-out of the project. It's going to happen before we get to 21 units, which, when you put the site work in, you're putting the site work in all one time. It's the most inexpensive way to do it. So we're going to do all of this initially. In regards to who maintains, who's liable, who's responsible for construction, that's on our guys. Proffers, as county attorney knows and others know, proffers run the land. So whoever owns the land is obligated to fulfill the proffer obligations, whether you're defunct, bankrupt, or other, which I don't anticipate with my folks. We're very confident this is going to be a successful project. And if you look at the type of home that we're building there, this is not small homes. These guys are constructing homes that are in the $500,000, $550,000 range. These homes will more than pay for themselves from an operating perspective. And on top of that, paying their impact, a potential impact for schools and roads, which again, the TIA didn't recommend they actually provide any off-site improvements. So I think in all fairness, this project has been fully vetted. It has been vetted by the community. We have listened to their concerns. We've addressed those concerns. I think we've reasonably responded to them. So at the end of the day, once the improvements are in place, it's very typical to go to the county and VDOT and say, since it's connected to a road, a public road, do you want a dedication or not? If the county says, or VDOT says no, then we're maintaining it. We're responsible for it. And let's not forget that permitting and the design work for this project, for those improvements, are reviewed by and approved by the county and VDOT. So we don't get to go in and say, this is what we're going to do. It's got to be approved and permitted by the county and VDOT. And again, when the road is eventually improved, the entire road, by VDOT and or the county, that segment will already be in place and will be an improvement, I believe, that will add to the value of that future construction. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Appreciate your time this evening, and thank you.
Who has questions? Wendy.
A couple of questions on the proffer statement. How did you estimate the $913,000 for the preservation of open space?
That's based on the value of the property.
Current value of the property, future value of the property, highest and best use?
Highest and best use.
Highest and best use. But if it's becoming preserved open space and a park doesn't want it and nobody wants the property, how is it still worth $913,000?
We still pay the value for the property. The Berkshire HOA, the Berkshire residents, prior leadership, prior to you being here, did not want that property developed and wanted a natural buffer, and that's what we've proffered.
Okay. And in this, there's an odd $30,000 proffer to a museum. What is the genesis of that?
The owner of the property is obviously a native of Stafford County and a big supporter of Belmont.
Okay. And then, how long has Winding Creek Owner LLC been in business? How many projects have they done?
I think it's a relatively new partnership.
So it's a new partnership.
Involves a lot of people with experience in developing.
Okay, how many projects do they intend to do under Winding Creek LLC?
Just this one, right?
Right.
Under that name, right?
Okay, so here is my concern, is that if the applicant intends to maintain this wall in perpetuity, and this is the only project that they intend to do, then that company that the applicant holds it's not worth anything, nor will they be in operation in order to maintain this wall.
Well, again, whether we're making the improvements or VDOT in the future, it's the same engineering, same design, same process. Well, wait a minute. Proffers run the land. Whoever owns the land is obligated to fulfill the proffers, whether it's Winding Creek LLC or somebody else.
Berkshire
And you can
owns
apply
the
that,
land that the wall is on.
Can I finish? You can apply that rule to any rezoning, to any property owner. Are they going to fall under the same scrutiny if they don't fulfill the proffers? I mean, proffers run with the land. We have to maintain it. We've set aside $100,000. We can set aside more that's in the transportation proffers if you want more. That's just insurance money. That's if we fail to do what we said we would do, that money is there for that purpose. We're very confident. Got great engineers, got great construction folks. We're very confident we can do this.
So here's my concern, and from a legal liability perspective. You're asking this board to ask a homeowners association, in full disclosure, I'm a member of that homeowners association. You're asking this board to ask that homeowners association to take on a liability, a maintenance liability in perpetuity to support a 97-home subdivision. That is what you're asking this board to do.
I'm not asking the board to do that at all. I am proffering what the community asked us to do, which was to fix that curve. That is the best way to do it. If you just want the cash, we'll proffer the cash, and the money can be there for future improvements, and VDOT and the county can do it.
Okay.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand. Your HOA is the one where the wall would be.
Yes.
The applicant owns a future subdivision that would be obligated through its proffers to maintain the wall.
That's right.
So I just make sure I'm clear. You're not suggesting that her HOA would have an obligation to maintain the wall?
None. In fact, we've proffered that they would not.
You were saying that this new subdivisions would indeed have a proffer that would continue in perpetuity.
That's right.
They had to maintain. Now, I've never seen us do a off-site maintenance proffer, but I'd like to ask the county attorney, just make sure that's something you've seen.
Yes, you can do that if you have the proper safeguards built into your proffers.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, any more questions?
And how it ends up, at full build-out, all 97 units are sold, right? The Property Owners Association for Winding Creek LLC would be assessed an amount that would address what that maintenance would be. So we will know clearly by then what the maintenance requirements will be for that site.
Of course.
One more question, but that is not outlined in this proffer. You say the applicant will be responsible for maintenance of the wall. You do not say that the applicant will be transferring maintenance of the wall to the future homeowners
We're happy to
association.
do that.
It's not in writing.
We can put it in there, but the proffers run with the land. Whoever owns the land, each one of those units.
But Berkshire owns the land.
No, I think this is where you're jumping. He doesn't mean the land where the improvements are going to be made. He means the applicant's land that's going to be
correct.
rezoned will have the obligation.
That's
So it
correct.
would be the future HOA would technically have
That's right.
the obligation.
So the proffers run with the land, right? So every time I subdivide a piece of property,
I got it.
they have a portion responsibility for that. So all 97 would be on the hook.
Understand. Any more questions? All right. This time, we really are going to open the public hearing, but I do have speaker cards, and they get to go first. You'll have your 3 minutes. Yellow light means 1 minute. First speaker card is Denise Saudi or Saudi? Come on down and state your name and your address, please.
So this is my first time here, and of course I get called up first, so yay me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, sirs, ma'ams. My name is Denise Savoy. I live at 24 Easter Drive, and that's in Stafford 22554. That is the Berkshire home development, but my concern is the safety of Winding Creek Road. So I have a child that currently has a permit, and she's learning how to drive. And I have another child that will be driving soon. And as the gentleman that was just up stated, he declared it a dangerous curve. So I understand that they're looking at taking the line sight and making it so that you can see around that curve, because it is, you can't see around it. But the road isn't going to be changed, so I don't know how the safety is going to be improved. So I just want to ask, as you think about everything, I know there's a lot, there's proffers, there's the wall, there's all sorts of things going on, but just think about the needs of the community. The gentleman that was up talked about the value that was added to by having this project. Is it adding value to our young drivers on that road? Is it adding value to our community? And that's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. My second speaker card, I'm sorry I blew that last name. Let's try this one. Phil Kenoyer.
Phil Kenoyer, 25 Easter Drive in the Berkshire subdivision. Not only a resident there, but I'm also the president of the HOA. As the president of the Berkshire HOA, I did sign the easement that Mr. Payne has talked about, but not as approval for the or Berkshire HOA support of the rezoning. The easement was signed so that if the Board of Supervisors approves the rezoning, then the line of sight improvements along that particular corner of Winding Creek can be made. Again, my signing of the easement should not be taken as Berkshire HOA approval of or support for the rezoning. It's just for safety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, those were my two speaker cards. So would anyone on the right side of the room like to come speak on this issue? I'll get to the left side in a moment. Come on down, just state your name and your address, please.
How you doing?
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, good evening. My name is Willie Canty. I'm at 30 Live Oak Lane. I got some concerns about this. I don't think that this new project at the Winding Creek LLC has been taken in consideration because it's going to be a dangerous to the community. I didn't hear anything about the new development down on the new development building. I mean, because you got a lot of homes going to be added in there. I'm not sure what the number of homes are going to be added in there, but that's going to be a big impact. You're talking about a short road. Trying to go to Winding Creek Elementary is going to be dangerous. FCS is closing down here at the end of the year, so my daughter's possibly going to Winding Creek Elementary. How is my wife going to get to the Winding Creek Elementary if you're going to add 97 homes, which if you do 2 cars per home, that's almost 200 cars you're going to add on that small road. This is going to be a nightmare. And like they said, 10 years from now, the future board is going to catch hell dealing with this issue. I mean, this is going to be a serious impact. I haven't heard anything about the BRAC impact. BRAC is going to be moving a lot of jobs here in the future. You have almost 18,000 military folks here. With that BRAC movement coming here, that's going to be another about 10,000 military personnel with contractors, unless Trump says no. This is going to be a serious issue for the board. That project should not be approved. 97 homes, I would recommend that you reduce it to 60 homes. I don't have all the information, but this gentleman here, the LLC, they don't have our best interests. I'm going to retire here in 2 years, and I plan to make Stafford my home. And this road or this development is going to be impacting and dangerous to the community. Please take consideration in this community. Don't make a hasty decision on it. Get all the facts, get all the information, 360 degrees. You need to make a well-informed decision because a lot of people are going to be hurt. I mean, it's just going to be bad for the community. Please take it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. Who else would like to come up? Mr. Allen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're trying to trip me, Mr. Mildy.
And do me a favor and address your comments to the board.
Yes.
And your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Melvin Allen. I live at 5 Burning Bush Court, Stafford, Virginia. and I live over in this area, and I was one of the first ones to move over there. And this is a nightmare for us. You know, the first time we came up here and we said we didn't want it, and the second time we come in here, we said we don't want it. That road is so dangerous, it's not even walkable. And now you look at that design, and you're going to turn this design where that curve is, and going to put more cars on that road. What do we gain? A 50-foot improvement of a curve and over 300-some cars. I didn't hear it now. You're dealing with this road that's coming in off that church. You're building off of Courthouse Road. You're building a road over here by that church over there off of not Bynum Road, but it's Emory Mill, yeah. That road is going to be, you're taking off of Stafford, off of Courthouse Road. Now that road is going to come into Emory Mill, and then it's going to run right into Winding Creek. Those of us who live on Eustis, now we have to come up Eustis. Now we're going to have to deal with that traffic that's coming off this new road you build off of Emory Mill. Didn't hear the gentleman say anything about putting a stop sign or anything right there where Emory Mill and Winding Creeks are joined. What about that? You know, it is crazy over there. And I heard someone say, well, we only had like one deer killed over in the last 10 years. Well, that's good you only had one deer. We're not talking about deer, we're talking about human. And there's a school sitting right there. We got 2 schools. I feel sorry for those poor people over there in Hampton Boulevard. I'm telling you, that's a nightmare over there. That's the same kind of nightmare we're going to have. You know, and I'm not for sure. I think you said you're not going to open Fireberry Bush right now, that street. You say you're not going to open it up. I thank you for that, if you're not going to open it up. We do not need those houses over there. And it's not serving us any purpose. All we get is more traffic. That's all we get. And you're going to mess around, and I don't know. We don't want it. We don't want it. We ask you, like we said the first time, we don't want it. And we ask you, like you denied the first time, deny it again.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else on my right side? This is Hall.
Hi again. My name is Amy Hall, 11 Easter Drive. I've participated in the review process for this development since November of 2014 at the very first public hearing before the Planning Commission. It's been an eye-opening and educational experience, to say the least. There's no question that continued development in this targeted area is creating school overcrowding. But as troubling as the school problem is, my greatest concern is and has always been road safety. I supported my Autumn Ridge neighbors at the last public hearing and chose to let them speak about the interparcel connector. After 22 speakers, I think we were all tired. And that's why you didn't hear from us the last time. But now that the interparcel connector has been removed, the issue of safety on Winding Creek Road must be addressed. The Planning Commission reviewed accident reports for Winding Creek Road. I don't think those statistics were included in your package, so I'd like to highlight them, although Wendy already has. In the past 6 years, there's been an average of 4.7 accidents per year on Winding Creek between Embry Mill and the Flatford Walpole four-way stop. This is exactly where the 2 entrances to this new neighborhood would be. And there's also been an average of 23.8 accidents per year on the full length of Winding Creek Road, not just at that intersection with Courthouse Road. Given these statistics, it's incredible to me that the applicant's TIA did not include more analysis of Winding Creek Road. The TIA analyzes multiple intersections on Eustis Road, which may have made sense when the interparcel connector was in the application, but it doesn't make any sense now. Unfortunately, the scoping document and the data collection were not redone when the interparcel connector was removed. Rather, the 2014 data was updated using a growth factor, and the scoping document was not signed by VDOT or the county for 2 months after the application was submitted. So it clearly didn't include any pre-work scoping. Therefore, I have to disagree with Mr. Payne's assertion that the TIA tells the whole story. I hope you will care about the safety on Winding Creek Road in the same way you cared about the Brook Road project. Mr. Milday posted accident statistics for Brook Road, which showed an average of 3 accidents per year. It sounds like some of those accidents were fatal, which makes them very serious, and thankfully, not too frequent. Thus far, none of the accidents on Winding Creek have been fatal. However, they are far more frequent. I hate to think what will happen if we add 200 more cars to this road. And to that end, I must ask about the gutting of the transportation proffers in this application. First, there's the $100,000 that was moved to an escrow for maintenance of the retaining wall. We talked about that a lot, so I'll just say, poor Winding Creek homeowners, they should definitely have to be notified of their liability before they buy their house. Please let me just say one more thing. Second, I'd like to ask about the $30,000 proffer. It was in transportation proffers. This is not an addition, it's a move. And I think if we needed it in transportation before, we need it now. And I don't know why it was slipped in. Thank you.
Who else on my right would like to speak? Good evening. Name and address, please.
My name is Paul Tracy. I live at 25 Wild Plum Court. We moved here 19 years ago. This was a nice little small town when we moved here. Lately, it has sometimes taken me over a half an hour to get from 95 to Eustis. That's only a couple of miles. And that's, right around rush hour time, which thankfully I don't have to do anymore because I'm retired. But how big does this community have to get? When does the growth stop, and what is the matter with a small town? Nothing. Absolutely nothing is wrong with a small town. It's a great place to live. Since I've been here, I haven't seen any improvements in fire stations. I haven't seen any improvements or added law enforcement officers. Where's the money coming? You don't have the infrastructure to keep this up. Widening 610 down to Eustis isn't going to solve the problem. It's just going to add more cars and cause more problems. Have fun.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Who else on my right would like to speak?
You'll have to give me a couple.
Take your time, ma'am.
Down there. I'm Joan Tracy, the other half. 25 Wild Plum Court, Stafford. Okay, I don't really have anything in this argument except for health, safety, and welfare. Okay, they're going to build 97 homes. And they say on 61 acres, except when you subtract the open space from that 61 acres, you're now left with 27.9 acres to build 97 houses. That comes down to 4 dwellings per acre on developed land. I thought that was over the limit. Anyway, and I found on page 7, it was very interesting, that an estimate of 60 trips per day on Winding Creek was made for 6 additional houses. Okay, that was a real good figure for me to work with, because now you have 6 houses, 60 additional trips. Figure that with 97 houses, and you come up with 960 trips on Winding Creek Road a day. How many accidents is that going to make? Because Winding Creek doesn't have any really good stoplights, traffic, roads. When it connects with Eustis, that really bothers me, because there's H.H. Pool right down the line from where Winding Creek connects with Eustis. There's a ton of traffic there now for kids coming and going. There are a ton of buses out on those roads. Those very roads that are now going to have 960 more trips a day. It's a thought. And if you do allow this to be built, please don't let them put Bradford pears in the backyard. Bradford pears are the spread of trees, and they simply fall apart.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mrs. Tracy.
thank you.
All right, I'll open up to the rest of the chamber. Anyone else like to come speak on this issue?
Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive Road, and thank you to the Rock Hill Supervisor for bringing up some issues that have not been addressed, and also the accident rate. Okay, there is no compelling reason for this to be approved, either the rezoning and the CUP. It does equal 970 additional trips according to VDOT per day. This is VDOT's figures, 10 trips for single-family homes. Okay, recreation for 90, no, it's 100 and something residents. A tot lot, thank you so much, wow. What else would they provide? I mean, really, that's ludicrous. Yeah, we're going to get that usual one tree in the backyard from the attorney. That's his big offer for destroying 34 acres of trees. And this is just unbelievable. This should not be approved again, the CUP and the rezoning. There was quite a few other issues. I think most of them were covered. That $100,000, that's, hey, come on, guys. That's a reason right there to go ahead and deny this for lack of clarity, for one thing. Okay. The concerns to everybody has already mentioned. 4 accidents in that short distance is far too much, far too many. And, also the overhead lines, that was mentioned in there. Overhead lines do diminish home value. So I think there was one part that had about overhead lines.
Into open space.
Okay. I think that's about, I think you know what should happen here, that they both should be denied. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Carloni. Who else would like to speak to the board on this matter? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria Arner, and I live at 23 Easter Drive. And my big concern about this project is once again, is the traffic. I understand that they did the studies over on Northampton and Eustis, but to me, that is completely irrelevant. I live in the Berkshire neighborhood, and I have teenage drivers. And the four-way stop at Winding Creek and Walpole there is a big concern to me. More often than not, I see people blow through that four-way stop and not stop. And by adding 2 entrances onto Winding Creek Road for this new development, I just think that before if it's approved, more studying needs to be done on the traffic and the amount of traffic that's going to be on that road without studying that intersection there. I think that's a more important intersection to study. And the other concern I do have, I was a little confused, I think like Ms. Maurer was, as to who exactly is in charge, is going to be responsible for the maintenance of the wall. If it's where the actual land is, that actual land is on Berkshire Homeowners Association property, so I was kind of confused. I certainly don't want to be responsible for the maintenance of that wall 10 or 20 years from now if the landowner is responsible for the maintenance of the wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arner. Would anyone else like to come speak on this issue?
Hello. Sean Arner, 23 Easter Drive, and moved here to Stafford County over 20 years ago, and as with most people, once you move, you really don't want other developments coming in and more housing developments being put in. And I'm not generally in favor of that, but quite frankly, that property is going to get developed someday. I think the developer has offered a lot. What I really like is the open space that's going to be behind, that's not going to be developed behind Berkshire community. I think that was a major concern for the homeowners of Berkshire community. And I do like also the fact that they are doing that improvement to the curve on Winding Creek. I understand there are some concerns on the traffic and some of the studies that need to be done, but overall, while I don't advocate for more development, I think it is inevitable, and I think this is a pretty good deal. So I'll take the contrary view.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
all.
Arner. Would anyone else like to come before the board?
Good evening. Todd Brown, 12 Fireberry Boulevard in Stafford, 22554. I was here last year when you guys voted against this project. I live on Fireberry, so I appreciate the changes that the developer made. I do think this is a very difficult and challenging development, as you can see from my neighbors and the concerns that we all have about Winding Creek and the traffic, and that was the biggest concern that I had a year ago. It's still my concern. However, I would say that given the improvements this developer's made, and as the gentleman just before me spoke, this property is going to get developed, and it's probably going to get developed in the 60 to 90 at a minimum unit range, because you're going to approve it at a R1 versus A1. Some board will do that fairly easily. This is a little bit more than that 90 range, but it probably won't get developed at 20 homes. And if another developer comes back and develops it and the road goes through Fireberry, then we have a whole nother set of traffic issues to look at. And to me, like Northampton, Fireberry would become like a Northampton. It is a run right to H.H. Poole Middle School, and a lot more people than just sort of the locals would use that cut through. So to me, that's a significant issue. And based on everybody has stated, Winding Creek's not getting fixed any better anytime soon in any of the planning that I'm aware of. And so this somewhat useful improvement to the curve doesn't happen if this is voted against tonight, and it probably never comes back to the plate for a long, long time. So those are challenging issues to consider for you, but that's essentially what where I stand on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Hall. I live in 11 Easter Drive in Stafford, Virginia, 22554. I guess I'm compelled to speak and say I disagree that development is inevitable. In fact, I think that this very board, is actually the governor switch that helps to actually think about developments and consider them and look at roads and look at schools and all the things that we have to consider in this county. And that if we took a defeatist attitude that just said, well, the development's going to happen anyway, so why don't we just approve everything? Then we really don't need a board, because we'll just approve everything. So I guess I'm of the opinion that we should actually carefully consider the things that we're talking about in terms of adding development or improving roads or not improving roads. And these are all things that are important in our governing of our county. So I appreciate you considering carefully all of the decisions that need to be made. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hall. Ms. Callender?
Good evening. Elaine Callender, 622 Lancaster Street in the Falmouth District. I came this evening because I do like to follow some of these growth and development issues in the county. I came in actually with an open mind because I found it difficult to really understand by just looking at the documents online as to what the real issues were here. I think the citizens have been extremely eloquent, and they live in the area that's affected by the development. I do believe that the real benefit goes to the developer, not to the county. Why else would they want to cluster here? I'm sure they're seeing a lot of dollar signs. I know they've worked hard to try to help with some of the road issues and so forth. But the citizens have spoken very clearly that there's going to be too much congestion, too much danger on the roads. The county can find a way, I'm sure, to correct the curve without having to burden the school system. And certainly, the county would not want to be accepting maintenance of an open space area or a retaining wall. It seems to me in a cluster development that the open space is supposed to benefit the residents of that area. They shouldn't have to walk across a dangerous road in order to go to the open space. So I had a problem with that. I'm also wondering, does our community really need $500,000 homes right now? I think our future is a bit questionable right now. We don't know what's going to happen to Stafford County, to these federal jobs that we've relied on so much. So maybe we don't need all these large homes. So I would say stay with the agriculture zoning. They can build houses there, but it wouldn't have quite the same impact, I don't believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board on this topic? All right, I will close the public hearing. Well, actually, I will ask the applicant to rebut.
Do I close it, right?
Yeah, and I'll close the public hearing, please. Oh, I'm sorry. You sure? Then I will close after you rebut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, other members of the board as well, and appreciate the opportunity to respond to the community comments, which, we obviously have great respect and concern for the community. You may recollect that the last hearing we had on this matter last year, 2015, there was a lot of people here in opposition to the project. In fact, I think there was a line outside the door, if my memory serves me. So we worked very hard, as I stated earlier, to reach out to the community, to listen to their concerns, to express and adopt those concerns in our proffers and in our new application, which we did with Fireberry Boulevard by eliminating that connection. I heard someone state earlier that eventually development is going to happen in this particular area, at this particular site. That's accurate. This area is planned for future growth. It's in the suburban land use district. It's planned under your comp plan for 3 units to an acre. That's just what the general theory is, but with a cluster, it could be 2.25 acres, 2.25 units to the acre. This cluster plan is very similar to our surrounding neighbors. Berkshire has 75 units. Autumn Ridge has 305 units. This is a 97-unit project. I know that growth in this particular area seems to catch people's attention, but it's planned. In fact, the county grew less than 2% last year, which is a little bit lower than what you planned in your comp plan for over the next 20 years, which is to be 60,000 additional people. I think we've taken a responsible approach to growth, to the concerns of the community. If you think about what we could do on that site, 135 units, we've left open a lot of open space. Over 54% of our site is open space, undisturbed, including 11 acres adjacent to Berkshire because of their concerns of development, which you've heard a lot of those residents here today, and we respect, which is why we're preserving that 11 acres. On safety and transportation, our TIA did not recommend any off-site improvements. I've heard certainly concerned about any accidents on any road in this county, but it happens, unfortunately. But 21 accidents on average over 6.5-year period, particularly in this particular area where it hasn't been that many accidents, and with what we're doing to alleviate those potential concerns, I think is very positive for the community. I think that's an asset. That's not a detriment, especially when the most dangerous part of that road is something we're going to fix, which again, I think the community will benefit from. Not just us, but we're going to fix. And we are committed, and we'll put it in our proffers, in our covenants, that at the end of the day, the HOA is responsible for maintaining that particular area of the improvements if the county and or VDOT don't accept it pursuant to a dedication to maintain in the future. My bet is that VDOT will, because that site adjacent to a road, a public road, which will be improved one day, hopefully less than 10 years. In regards to the question about the retaining wall, which I did not answer, it's only 10 feet in height, not 14. That's on our plans. You can see it on the GDP. And just for purposes of the cluster, the ability to cluster, which is encouraged by the county, encouraged on our comp plan, encouraged on the ordinance, allows us really to pick up 6 additional lots. So we're not here trying to pick up 25 or 30 or 40. So it's a small number, understanding the fact that we're eliminating close to 14 acres that could be developed. We could get 20 extra units on 11 acres with a cluster plan. And the 1.2 acres not being developed to eliminate that connection with Fireberry Boulevard. Again, listening to our clients, our future developer, a future board, that may not happen. It may very well be a full build out of that site and a connection to Fireberry Boulevard, because that's what we're planned for in the area. So this is a good project, given what future speculation may be for growth, given what future speculation may be for development. It's a responsible project. I think we do need to have more homes that are $500,000 or plus. There's not a lot of them. Those homes pay for themselves from a per capita basis. They help subsidize some of the losses. They have disposable incomes, which encourage and attract commercial users and employers to our area. So they're very positive. And again, I've written down like these massive notes and it's all over the place, so forgive me for my disorganization. But just in closing, I think it's important to understand that we did listen to our community. This is one of the most vetted projects I think I've ever been involved in. I know that each time we were given a concern, we addressed it. Each time. We didn't say no. We didn't say we're not going to do it. We did it. Despite the fact our TIA said no off-site improvements were recommended. In the scoping for that, we don't create that scoping. That scoping is created by VDOT. And there's a list, there's 5 intersections actually that were analyzed. And the 6th one wasn't at Winding Creek and Courthouse because the improvements are already planned for that location by the time that we start construction. So anyways, with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have. Appreciate your time this evening. Appreciate your patience for the past 3 years on this project. And again, we're happy to address whatever your concerns are.
Are there any additional questions of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And now consider the hearing, public hearing closed, and I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move to defer the vote on this.
I have a move for deferral with a second.
And I have a comment.
And please, discussion.
The applicant has been really patient. We have a situation here where we have a project. It's not only an infill project, but it's in between 2 districts, 2 very different districts. We inherited this issue where Fireberry Boulevard is supposed to connect through the center parcel. If we allow a by right use of this, the 300 or so homes that are along that area will open up onto Winding Creek. And so it will not only be 90 homes that have access to Winding Creek Road, it'll be 350 homes that have access to Winding Creek Road, and anybody coming to and from H.H. Pool. Fireberry Boulevard is not a 2-lane suburban road. It is a neighborhood road that goes down this and steep and comes right back up. We have trouble getting snow plows in there. Ask these folks what it was like this time last year when we were under 2 feet of snow. It took days to get a plow down there because it does have these steep things. And so we were trying to avoid having so many cars use that. They also have children playing there. And we have worked with that community. I think the biggest issue that I hear is not necessarily that we can't have growth on Winding Creek, it's that we need to look at moving Winding Creek into our CIP and moving it up on the CIP. And that I'm going to put back on myself and Mrs. Maurer, because we need to advocate for that. Winding Creek needs to be improved. And it's not going to come unless we do that on this board. And so I am going to ask that we do start considering that this year and looking at putting Winding Creek, because there's already 1,000 cars going down Winding Creek Road. My son goes to Mount Ararat Preschool, and I know who all the people that go over to Lutheran, or the church right there. Tons of people use that road, and it's time we need to improve it. And just denying an application and not considering all the benefits that you can get from it is not the answer. I do think that the board needs to take initiative. I am going to defer it because I do want to give us some time to at least make sure that our attorneys and their attorneys are on the same page about this retaining wall issue. But I do want everybody in here to be clear that I am in support of this project. I think it is a good thing. The only thing that I'll probably be asking is that some of the school money be earmarked to go to North Stafford High School. North Stafford High School is in some needs of some repairs. And we have some ideas over there that this money could be going to. But that's the only thing that I'll be asking you guys to consider.
So I have a motion and a second. Do I have any more comments? All right, cast your votes for the deferral. Madam Clerk, tally the votes. All right.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Sir?
How long was the deferral?
Well, that passes 6-1. There was no time set for the deferral.
Okay.
All right. And do we need a second? That's my question. We just voted for deferral. I assume it's on the item number 23, 5. We'll go to 26 now?
Let's do that.
All right, so I need a motion for deferral on 26. Second? Okay, I have motion and second. Any discussion on that? Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. And that passes 6-1. And that brings us to our last, or not our last, but our last written item, which is item 27, last published item, I should say. We have two more. We have 28, 29, and there's some. Jeff, tell us about 27. Planning and zoning, consider a conditional use permit for Telegraph Road, vehicle sales and storage on tax map parcel 12-8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is for a conditional use permit, and if I can have the computer, please. It's technically termed as motor vehicle sales. What really is happening on the property is the applicant is storing vehicles that are being sold on an off-site location. So for zoning purposes, it's classified as motor vehicle sales. However, as we'll discuss with the application, it has some limitations that they be used for storage. The applicant is Telegraph Property LLC, and the property is roughly 4.24 acres in size. This is a location map of the site, and it's highlighted in blue on the map. And the surrounding zoning, as you can see, is a variety of residential, which is in the yellow color. We also have commercial zones along Route 1, which are in the reddish colors, and then also urban residential with the neighborhood next to the property that's a townhouse community. This is an aerial view of the property. There is substantial frontage along Route 1. There's an existing coffee shop at this location. Most of the commercial activity on the site occurs in the front of the property. There is a stream that traverses a portion of the property through this location, which has an RPA on it. So there is existing vegetation on the far side of the stream with a steep embankment. So that helps screen some of the activities on the property. The property had been previously used almost 40 years ago as a water slide, and it was pretty popular in the community, and it is indicative of some of the steep slopes on the site. After that, throughout the 1990s and maybe even into the early 2000s, it was used as a equipment rental facility where the main office was in the front and the storage of the rental equipment was back behind the property. This image does show you some of the nearby residences that come off of Telegraph Road, and then also the residences here in the nearby neighborhood.
Jeff, are you going to show us where the actual car lot this supports, or car lots this supports are? Are they adjacent or nearby?
Mr. Milday, the current car lot, from what I understand, that this site supports is located closer to the Garrisonville Aquia exit on Route 1 and Garrisonville Road.
It is the Lechner Nissan.
Yes, sir.
Actually, it was Rosner Nissan.
Yes. This image shows at the time that the photo was taken, these storage areas that were occurring on site. We can see that there's existing storage here as well as this location. There are two access points to the property. One from the main parking lot on Route 1, which comes into the site here. There's currently a gate at that location. And then there's also another existing entrance off of Telegraph Road, which also is gated. This is the general development plan was submitted with the application. It further identifies the two storage areas for the motor vehicles, as well as a potential expansion of the storage area in this gray shaded area. You can see from this diagram that this property does have some significant topographic constraints. The area closer to Route 1 is at a lower elevation and it's relatively level. However, you do have a steep slope that goes up to a plateau in the back part of the property. That's part of the reason why there's a request for two entrances to be maintained at all times. In review of the application, the fire department had some concerns about the ability to get a fire truck through that steep area on the access drive. So that's why the recommendation for the two access points. As I mentioned earlier, there's the existing gate at this location. There were some staff concerns in the review about the visibility of this lower storage area from Route 1. So there's additional fencing that's going to be put in, identified in this location right here. And that will be fencing that includes screening capabilities to help minimize the visual impacts from the view of Route 1. There are a number of proposed conditions with this permit that try to minimize the potential impacts. They limit the intensity and use of the property to ensure it remains as a storage for vehicles for sale at the off-site location. There would be no customers allowed on site. There also be limitations on where the storage can occur, basically on the locations that we pointed out on the general development plan. There'd be limitations on activities associated with vehicle sales, again, to try to minimize those impacts. So there'd be no auto repair or service on the property. There would be no dispensing fuel for cars on the property or any flags, banners, or things you typically see with a motor vehicle sales lot. There'd also be limitations on the types of vehicles stored. They would have to be operable vehicles that you could actually drive, so it would not turn into a junkyard. It would also specify that there would be no commercial vehicles, so there would be no trucks stored here. It would be mainly passenger vehicles. Also, there would be, to try to minimize the impacts to the adjacent properties, there's a limitation on hours when cars can be delivered to the property as well as driven off-site. And they could be basically allowed during normal daytime hours. There would be no activity on site between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. on any given day. If there's any future buildings to be built on the property, they would have a 100-foot setback from the adjacent neighborhoods. There was also a condition that they maintain the existing tree line to, again, shield the view of this activity from the adjacent properties. I mentioned the two sources of fire access, as well as the additional fencing, and that is listed in the conditions. The comprehensive plan recognizes this area as being part of the targeted growth area for Boswell's Corner, which envisions higher and better use for the area. Also, it's designated within our Boswell's Corner redevelopment area plan for retail uses along the road frontage, and then also business and industry further in the rear of the property, specifically recommending consideration of office development. The concept plan also talks about a grid pattern of streets where you'd have Telegraph Road in this location, Connector Road, and then ultimately the subdivision street extending down to Route 1. given the current use on the property, it's not really supporting that vision. Staff notes that it could be considered to be an interim use because it's not building any buildings or any physical structures that would prohibit this future vision, but it can provide some economic benefit to the property owner and the county in the short term. With regard to positives and negatives, the conditions can limit the intensity and external impacts from the proposed use. It is, as I mentioned, in staff's opinion, an interim use without limiting our future vision for the area. There are no impacts to public facilities with this permit. There would be no public safety or welfare concerns that are readily obvious. Staff will note that this property is currently under violation. The site was occupied for vehicle storage without proper permit. So this use permit would remedy that violation and allow them to proceed forward. As far as some negatives I mentioned about the redevelopment area plan and the comp plan, as far as meeting the future recommendations, this interim use isn't really meeting with the full vision. And there is an area that's existing parking that's located in a resource protection area. Unfortunately, where we have the current site layout, it's difficult to avoid that at this particular time. And I do have a typo on the first bullet here. In the Plan Commission meeting, there was discussion about the location of the parking near the RPA. Looking at that in relation to one of the existing buildings on site, it was not possible, really impractical for the applicant to eliminate that parking because you needed to have parking to serve that building. So that condition was stricken and it's not in your board package. So the staff is recommending approval of the resolution to approve the application. The Plan Commission, in its deliberation, recommended denial at its August meeting. They particularly had concerns about the number of motor vehicle sales facilities in the Route 1 corridor in general, and also the fact that the applicant, this situation developed out of a violation rather than coming through the process as it normally would occur with the zoning established first before use appears on the property.
Do we have any questions of Jeff? I have a few. Can we go back to the picture that's the GIS? There you go. So those, is that called, that wooded? I can't tell if I'm looking at full mature trees besides where the cars are.
Yes, sir. Most of the area is wooded.
Is this a wooded lot? Are those, I assume the green cars are the violation?
Yes, the series of cars parked in these two areas are where the violation's occurring.
Where's the RPA?
The RPA is in this vicinity, in this location.
Okay, right. That's that drainage ditch that runs down in front of the hotel. Sort of there. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for you.
You're welcome.
So now we will ask the applicant to address the board.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dennis Chapman. I'm representing Telegraph Properties. I'm accompanied by Byung-Young Kim. He's the agent for the company, and he's their architect. The owner, Martha Kim, is actually, she's under the weather right now, so she's not here with us today. I know it's late. I'll be very brief. I think Mr. Zaraf has covered it pretty thoroughly. I would just like to very quickly thank Mr. Harvey, Mr. Zaraf. The planning and zoning staff's been very helpful. Also, Dan Wisniewski from the County Attorney's Office has been very courteous and very helpful, so I'd like to acknowledge that. So, just a few quick points. As was noted, this land has been used for fleet storage, a similar use in the past. There's a letter in the packet from Glenn Serbaugh, the former owner, indicated he ran that business from 1991 to 2007 as a U-Haul. So the fleet storage use proposed is actually less intense than the previous use because it was a retail outlet. So he would have had retail customers coming and going. He would have had, box trucks and panel vans, that sort of thing parked probably, and likely some limited vehicle maintenance of some type. Here they're just looking at simply passenger cars and trucks being moved on and off between the sales off-site. The other major point, I think, is that it is part of the Boswell's Corner redevelopment area, which, in fairness, does not envision fleet parking in the long term. We don't think that this proposal is really inconsistent with that because, as Mr. Harvey characterized it, we certainly agree it's an interim use, and I would call it a passive use because it requires, there's really no capital improvement to the land. There's not any envisioning of any major structures or any major change to the site that would be hard to displace in the future. What we have right now is a very passive use with minimal impact on the site that could be easily displaced in the event of a future development opportunity and more consistent. So what this proposal does, it allows the landowner, the property owner, to get an economic use of a parcel that's been effectively derelict for a number of years and otherwise kind of fallow. It allows an economic use of it on an interim basis until such time as a more appropriate, better use arrives, at which case there's really nothing there that would be difficult to push aside in favor of a better use. Don't believe it generates, don't expect it to generate any significant noise, light, not a huge amount of traffic that would impact adjacent landowners. Don't believe anything about the request would impede the ability of adjacent landowners to use and enjoy their property or undermine their property values. If you go and visit the Route 1 where it is, it really, the way it looks, it really fits in with the local area. It looks like the rest of the area. It doesn't stick out like a sore thumb, like this is some strange anomaly. It's pretty consistent aesthetically, if you will. Therefore, we'd respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant?
Yes, I have a question.
Please.
Yes, do you know how long the applicant was in violation?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Kim on that. Okay. I came to the project afterward. Arch?
Okay. Well, actually, it has been, I think, only a very short period, maybe, I don't remember clearly, but I think a month or so, a month or two, less than that. And also, it happened, what happened was we had a contract. The Nissan supposed to make all the application in the contract, lease agreement, so they didn't. So we ended up doing all the work. That's what happened, actually.
And I would just add, this matter's gone on for a while, but the landowners have been working with Mr. Harvardy's staff to try to develop the CUP and get it put in place. So the violation's been around for a while, but during the most of the pendency of it, they've been working on the application, trying to get it to meet the planning staff's requirements, addressing their concerns, which took a couple iterations, get it to the planning commission, and then get it to here. So the violation's been around for a little while, but there's been work on it throughout that time to try to get it to this point.
All right, thank you.
So how long was the how long have you had cars parked on there? Could someone on staff tell me that, or, because how old is the picture? I mean, I'm just.
Mr. Milday, staff cited this property in March of last year.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Please.
From time of citation to time of application?
As a matter, I don't remember the specific details. There was a little bit of lag time. Typically on violations, our first order of business is try to get them into compliance. So we work with them on trying to get their application together. Once the application was filed, there was staff review time, and then there was an issue at a certain point in time where the taxes weren't paid. So pursuant to our code, the Board of Supervisors cannot approve a permit without that being resolved. Okay. So that caused part of the delay in the application getting before the board.
Okay.
Any more questions?
How long were the taxes not paid? Was it just a lapse, like you just didn't know? Which happens? Or was it was a long time? Do you know that?
The sellers, I'd have to look at the specific details, but I remember they were in arrears a few payments, and they had to work out a payment schedule with the treasurer.
Yeah, there was a period of lapse, but during that period, we were in contact with the county treasurer and worked out a payment plan. And then Mrs. Kim accelerated that at a certain point to try to so we could get this in front of the board.
As of now, we don't have any outstanding balance, as everything has been paid.
Any more questions? I have a couple. It looks like you have about 150 or maybe more cars in the picture at the time of the photograph, which is only taking up, gosh, maybe a quarter of the site. How many, did you proffer how many cars you plan on putting there? It looks like you could probably.
Maybe I can answer you. The site has 2 parking areas. Maybe I can show you.
Are you planning on making more parking area?
No. Maybe I can answer to you. The site has about 2 parking areas. One is at the lower level, which is close to the Jeff Davis Highway, and that is the main storage area. And there's another one is the upper area, and that's another about half acre to 3/4 acres. And that has been, unfortunately, the aerial photograph was taken when there was a lot of cars there, but actually there hasn't been any cars. In fact, there's no cars for about maybe half a year. And it was used as an overflow area.
Okay, that's my question is, how many cars do you intend to put on there?
No, I'm not sure, maybe 100, 150.
That's how many you have now?
Yeah. Well, right now we have maybe
Okay, that's
less.
why, yeah, the picture.
Yeah.
Okay. But, no, but you're going to leave the trees. You don't plan on clearing any more
No,
space
no,
and building
sir.
any more parking lot. And is that proffered? Just curious.
Mr. Milday, the CUP has a condition requiring them to have the site in accordance with GDP. The GDP does show an expansion area that could possibly happen in the future. That's at the back end of the property where it's the level area. So that could allow it to be expanded. In discussions with the applicant, staff had some concerns about limiting the number of vehicles relative to the areas because
Okay.
we're not really sure what the count might be.
I understand. And my last question is just a clarification on what Supervisor Cavalier said, that you support, you are not owned or associated, you just have a contract with the Toyota dealership on Coachman Circle.
Yes.
Some type of a long-term contract to keep their cars stored?
Well, we do not have any long-term contract, but they would like to use it as an overflow of the cars, yes.
But the terms of the lease, correct me if I'm wrong, Arch, but I believe it's essentially almost month to month. It's a lease that's fairly rapidly terminable.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Any more questions of the applicant? Okay.
Are these used cars or are these new cars?
They're new cars right now.
Okay.
Is that right? That's right, Arch, right? They're new
Yes,
cars?
it is all new cars, yes.
Is that it for questions? Okay. All right, this time we're going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is open. Would anyone like to address the board on this issue? Okay. Then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. This is in the Griffiths-Widewater District.
In motioning for R17-22, I'd like to point out a few things. One, the staff has approved or recommended approval of this site, despite it not being in accordance with the Boswell Corner redevelopment plan, but I really haven't seen any development that would.
Can I get a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay.
That would fit in with that current plan, the way it is right now. So I don't think that this is a long-term project, according to Mr. Kim. He has other plans for this property. And so, and we'll get to that when it happens. And this seems to be yet another in a series of questionable judgments from the Planning Commission, who've recommended denial. And from my reading is they base that upon it being a used car lot, like the several others in the area, but there is no sales of cars here. This is storage of new cars only, and that seemed to be their only real rationale for a 6-0 deferral with my commissioner absent that night. So, and yet they continue to approve residential developments and keep disallowing commercial. So at this point, I would like to support this resolution.
All right. We have a motion with the second from Wendy. Any further discussion?
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I'm going to support this as well. I am a little bit concerned about the fact that it doesn't fit within the Boswell redevelopment plan that we have, but I do agree with staff that this is an excellent interim use, and so I will be supporting this project.
I'd just like to say, we've had a number of these violations throughout the county. I've had some in my district, and I just appreciate you coming forward, coming up with a game plan, and working with staff to make something happen. You're just trying to make a living, and I appreciate that, and I will support it.
Any other comments? Well, I have mine. Well, I don't support it. I think we worked a long time on the Boswell's Corner redevelopment area for a reason, and I've been staring at an empty car, a big full car lot at the auction next to, down off of 17 for a long time, and it's been the bane of every economic development director we've had. And the last thing I would like to, and I certainly don't think that the neighbors would agree that tearing down more trees and building more parking lot with cars is consistent. There are townhouses right behind that on Telegraph Road. So, but it should be no surprise. I've always opposed car dealership, these types of Route 1 car storage or car dealerships now. And it's nothing personal. It's a gateway to Stafford. And I don't think it's the right, highest and best use or even close, and I think we should be trying to zone things consistent with our vision that we've articulated, not to mention the incredible investment Stafford County has made in the Boswell's Corner area and the Quantico Corporate Center, Stafford Tech and Research Park, several million for property, and of course, we just funded the actual Tech and Quick there. So I hope it doesn't pass, but it looks like it may. I'm sorry, but you don't have my support.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, yes. Of course.
Yeah, you're going along the same path as the Planning Commission did in calling it a used car lot, which it is not. And as I said earlier, Mr. Kim has plans for this property that don't include cars, and he shared those with me, but he hasn't given me the go-ahead to share those with anyone else, so I'll keep that confidential right now. But I think if his plans develop, it will be something that is in accordance with the Boswell's Corner redevelopment plan.
Please.
Question. Just out of curiosity, the zoning violation typically comes with a fine. If we approve this, do we get rid of that fine then, right? Or is there no fine been assessed yet?
Ms. Sellers, with a zoning violation, if there would be a fine, it'd be determined by the court. This has been forwarded to the court and it's pending a court date. If the board approves this application, that makes the violation abated, so it'd no longer be an issue.
Okay, that's all.
Any more comments? All right, we have a motion to approve the 4-acre parking for new or for cars in Boswell's Corner. Cast your votes. Tally the votes, please. I have to I pushed the wrong button. There, I fixed it, I think. Thank you. That passes 6-1, with me being the only vote against. And we have 2 more items on the agenda. So don't jump up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Item number 28. The add-on folder. Do you want me to read these, or?
Mr. Chair, can I offer a motion?
You may.
I'd offer a motion to appoint Mr. Clay Oliver to the Parks and Rec Commission for the George Washington District.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Cast your votes. And tally your votes. Our votes. And it passes unanimously. That brings us to the last item on the agenda, 29. It's actually an applicant from the Griffiths-Whitewater District. Jack, if you wanted to make that, or? It's Frank Rubio asking to be the alternate on the Wetlands Board. So moved. I need a second.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. And Marcia, you can tally the votes, I think. We need one more vote, Meg.
There we go.
And that passes unanimously, and I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. Oh, gavel. Silly. Thank you.